Hey chat, how's it going? Limbo, hello. Another day, more experiments. It's a little bit late, I woke up super late. Did manage to sleep though, a little bit. So I think we might be on the right track finally. Did some testing yesterday on BTS and I did some builder editor experiments as well. And I think I know why the pressure build sucks so much. Went today to play Silksong game releases and this Steam store dies. Oof, that's not ideal. Domination weekend. Yikes. Hey, what's up, Jalen? Okay, nuke Boproc now. Maybe. There's another idea though. I can't try the other idea yet. But let me show the editor. Might find this interesting as well. I think the editor is actually accurate here. So if you do something like esoteric and disdain rally, kind of basic build, right? You can have 18k tooltip on blast spawns, but crit damage 83. Look at the effective power for 9.4. Now if you stack crit damage, do something like this, for example, you get more than 50% more damage. You sustain esoteric on that? Not sure. I didn't try esoteric on this build. I was just thinking maybe esoteric to survive better. My problem with this build was that I just couldn't stay offensive. If I stayed offensive, I would just die. And then if I start playing defensive, I'm stuck playing defensive. So maybe esoteric could be an answer, but I don't think this build is gonna ever really work. Because as you can see, effective power 9.4. Like, sure, you get disdain. Oh, oops, backbar is not correct. This should be Vatesan. Doesn't change anything. You get disdain, Vatesan. The problem is that that is not worth 50% damage in any universe, right? Let me show the other builds. I was thinking of trying this, but then you check some other builds on the editor and you get more than 50% damage. So whatever you gain from esoteric, the 50% mitigation, the reason the damage is so close is because you do more than twice the damage with just taking crit damage. So this effective power is taken into account the crit chance as well. So you do more than twice the damage, right? With 150% crit damage. So any pressure build is just gonna suck. Unless you also build crit damage somehow on the pressure build. But you're always gonna be at a huge disadvantage. That's why, like, my blast spawns and bowprocs and whatnot, they were doing similar damage to someone's taking crit damage, right? It's just stupid. Like, it shouldn't work that way. So yeah, this is with Monomit. 15.6 effective. You have a 25k tooltip on the bow. It's what I was trying on BTS yesterday, the one that did the 30k bow. Except with dual volt, so it's even more damage here. It is with triglyphs though. I'm not gonna do max time, that's stupid. Like, you need health as well. Might as well get the other stat for free. So this is one. But this might be more interesting. If you look at effective power, it's almost the same, right? 15.3, this one is 15.7. Now this looks ridiculous, there's no bow proc, right? But there's a frag. And the frag's 23.5, bow proc is 25. You lose a little bit of damage. But the idea with the dark magic is to just permablock. Oh, this is 5 heavy, by the way. How do you proc scavenging with the poison damage from corrosive? You only CC if you see the scavenging proc. Then you CC and blood for blood with the scavenging. That's 20k, 21.5k, which is almost the same as the frag. plus BFP is 13.2 plus the whatever modifier you get. And you can have the contingency here. You have Permablock with immovable, so you can never get CC'd by Javelin. This could also be Death Stance, but I think the block mitigation could also be really good. Because even through block, you still take some damage, right? So wait, let me show the mitigation. That's the other part. This is with Esoteric active. So you're taking 90 or mitigating 91% of the damage while Esoteric is up. You remove that, Esoteric goes down, it's 82%. So you take 18%. That's assuming that you have full armor and whatnot. Now if you block, it's the same as Esoteric, right? 50% mitigation. If you block with Esoteric, 95. Now let's see this build. Should be a lot squishier, right? Wrong. You also mitigate the same amount of damage. You just have to be blocking. 91%. 91%. It's actually a little bit more from block. Now on this build, you do the... we have the immobile. So we're mitigating a lot more in the first place. But when you block, it's 97%. So you take almost no damage. 2.6. And your block cannot drop if you can keep up the immobile. So what you could do is just keep an eye on the Light Fever passive and Dark Deal. And you're also getting block cost reductions from Blood Magic. So you can camp the rune, Cinder, get insane block mitigations, be unseizable, build up the Koro. You get Koro. You do Conti, you don't need to light attack for the frag, which is something you need to do for the bow proc. You do the Conti with plus 2k and U-frag. Bam, 30k into Saturn Rocks BFP. Or you do the Scavenger Mice thing. So there's two different ways to combo basically. You Koro runs out, you go back to blocking. Oh, why do I have LSS there? What the heck? Wait, what was this supposed to be? Why do I have LSS on this too? Okay, I don't know why there's an LSS. That means there's bar space, hold on. Like beacon hidden. Sliff, hello. So if I can somewhat sustain Esoteric, it should be easy to sustain blocking with Dark Magic and Rest on Light, right? That's the idea at least. Not sure if I wanna buy this one. But I don't have the other build set up yet. Oh, and I did have bar space on this one too. Didn't fully set this up yesterday. Ah, it's because there's no Conti. Hey, Kamala, how you doing? Hello, hello. Drops? Ooh. Why do we have drops? Thanks for the heads up. Added the title. Oh, console release. So they were probably there yesterday as well. But they were late, I see. I see, I see. Shit, I need this for my actual build. I guess I changed that for the testing purposes. Oh, with Nintendo, greedy garbage company. What is Silk Song? Like, I've heard so much about them. Go sleep yesterday, hope you're well awake and slept well. I slept a little bit. I don't know if I slept well. Woke up with a hell of a headache, but there were some ideas to test out. Now this build, I'm not sure if we can... oh, I need to get the essence from bank. The problem is that I'm not sure if we can survive. That's the main issue of just trying a normal core build. Emrike, how you doing? Ciao.
Hello there.
Figure out something? Yes, I'll show this again. I figured out why the pressure builds I tried suck so much. Even drops are desynced. Yep. Yeah, I showed this earlier, but this is a pretty standard, minus esoteric you could have monomyth, but use it effective power, right? 9.4k. Blast bones, armaments, rally, Waterson, disdain. You'd think it's good damage, right? 9.5k with Bevits too. It's with Divines and Shadow Mundus. Everything else the same. You switch to a build that stacks crit damage instead. 50% more damage. Or more than 50%. More than 50% burst damage. So this is why I was so confused about why the... why my bow procs and like blast spawns and stuff were doing like half the damage of other people. Or why the damage was similar with esoteric. Because you get 50% more damage from doing this, or more than 50%. So whatever you gain from esoteric, you do like less damage to the opponent, right? It's just, there's something broken with the calculations. It just creates way too much of a difference. It kind of pigeonholes people into only building crit damage. So yeah, I thought about some options. I have some alternatives here. On how to make a build that's just not just RNG, pray to get a crit and one-shot someone when they're not blocking. No, I want to have a build that does that, yes, but you're also unkillable. So, immobile, rest on light, free blocking, dark deal, permablock, camp cinder, rune, can't get CC'd by javelin, build up Coron, and then instead of Bowproc, frag. 23.5, Bowproc is 25. You lose a little bit of damage, but with Conti, you should still one-shot, and you also get Scavenging Mice on this one. So you can do Scavenging Proc into Satin Rocks BFP. So that's the ideas I had. Naturally gotta test everything, but it is what it is. It is what it is. Stork build has 8.3 effective power on editor, exactly. I think the damage is pretty nice, but is it compared to the like full crit damage builds? I think those builds have a huge advantage. Ghost of Lucifer, thank you for the follow. Thank you. Like I was playing I was fighting one of the cringe lords with the disdain build, and I couldn't stay in melee range because I get hit by 10k surprise attacks. Meanwhile, my blast bombs maybe do like 7 or 8k. It's giving you all the crit damage. Just Divines, Shadow Mundus. You get the Major and Minor Force. And I guess skill lines, Assassination. But I do have Shadow Mundus on the... I don't know actually, like why is it so big of a difference? Like where does the crit damage come from? If this is 83... Oh, there's not a Kassid. Let's do Kassid. So now it's 95%. It's still missing a lot of crit damage. This could be medium. But it's not 150%. So we're getting 55% crit damage out of somewhere. Assassination is 10%. Earthen Heart, Restaurant Light don't give you any crit damage. And I think I have minor force on this, maybe not. So if I did major force, minor force. We'd still be only at 125, so there's 25% crit damage. CPs? Oh, these are wrong. Probably the CPs, but that's 8%. Still 17% missing. It's 133. I don't know, it's weird. Country case without CPs, don't know if you have that. Yeah, I do have CPs. CPs add a little bit. Also, it's with the... I don't know if you changed this, but I have 25k and 2k crit resistance. Although crit resistance in like duels and 1v1 should be around 4500. We have the same, okay. Yeah, I changed the CPs, it's 10k now, but it's still 50% less. I forgot I had the wrong ones here. With crit resistance, but that's the idea with this thing as well. You don't need crit resistance if you're blocking, because you're mitigating so much damage already. You take almost no damage while blocking on a build like this. So I really want to try that, but I don't have the gear for that one yet. Need to get transmutes. I can try this one though. And this one, do I do... I guess we do Dawnbreaker from... Not leveled, but never gonna use that. Or hopefully. Be impen on your Sork. Nothing else. So smart, you still mount training on BTS. Oops. Oops. Also we have one Wolf here. I always worry that I log on to BTS and or I log on to live thinking I log on to BTS and I delete one of my characters. It's 20 out of 20. And it's 36 on CP on live too. It's confusing. Spam random dot source, people won't hit you with the TTK merciless. I mean, it's always kind of random. Like sometimes you block, like block is also really good against it, but the problem is that you might drop block for light attack, for example, and some merciless hits you during that like 100 millisecond window. There's a lot of RNG that I want to remove. I don't like RNG when it comes to like determining who wins a fight. It's like, oh, you hit me during the 100 milliseconds I wasn't blocking. Completely planned that because there's a travel time on bow, right? You completely like preempted that and cast the bow ahead of time. No, it's RNG. Block was straight up not working like half the time in Aliker. I mean, there's some performance issues, yeah. But it's just really... Oh wait, I need pots. At the moment, it's just really boring how it is. It's like you one-shot someone or you don't, or they one-shot you because they land the shit and you don't, or they crit and you don't, it's just RNG. I wanna take away the RNG. You can kinda do that if you can play defensive and do Koro and just make sure that you are never in a position where you can get bursted. I don't think this build is quite capable of that yet, but it will be. If we successfully create what I had on Editor. Also, why do people do healing instead of damage shield? It should be damage shield, right? To not proc the plus 2k. Also... Oh, this is a bit awkward. Getting minor force from... I can do the regions, it's always good. I didn't tell you were blocking even though you were pressing RMB. Yeah, it happens a lot. I really don't like that, so I'm just gonna make a build that never drops the block in the first place. Easy, right? The only time you drop the block on restoring light dark magic builds is when you do the dark deal, and then you're automatically blocking during that. So as long as you keep up the immobile, you can get CC'd during that. Actually, it's fine if you get CC'd, right? Because you are still blocking while CC'd. But you can get CC'd while you're like normally blocking. So never mind. I'm gonna keep the immobile on that, I guess. But in Permablock built so much. You know why? Because they're kinda OP. The only non-OP part about Permablock is that most of the time those builds can't kill anything. Or they can't kill the people who know what they do. Even to some degree. Blocking's cringe. Yeah, but if it's the strongest way to play it, then it is what it is. We do regions here then. Wait, did I have blind on the... Yeah, I didn't. I was thinking Kjalnar, but the problem with Kjalnar on Koro build is that it takes time to build up. Your Koro runs out before you get the Kjalnar. Or someone like, when you pop Koro, they start spamming Dotsel. We're gonna run away super fast while blocking though. Yeah, but you don't need to run if you have immobile, right? You stand in Rune and Cinderstorm. Like, you should never take a damage on this. The only thing I worry about is dot builds, but I think Rune, Cinder, Vigora, and 27-26k resistance should be able to out-heal dots if you block all of the dark damage. Also, if one thing I was thinking of is that it can be really slow, right? You don't have to recast immobile after going Koro, but you might still have it active, and you have Sea Snail as well. And this is all melee. But one good thing about Crystal Frags is that you don't have to use the proc. Like, the proc is the idea you do continue to the proc to one-shot. But you can also hardcast this. If someone's trying to kite you, you can force them to also spam dodge souls 24/7. And you still have damage even outside of the Koro. It's not all about that. So if someone comes back with no resources, then it might end poorly. There were some other ideas too, like left-hander is another one. Could spam dodge souls instead. Wait, let me show that. So this was another idea. Where you have a... You give up the divines, I think you have to, if you play left-hander. You have to be able to roll until you get Koro. It also costs 1k stam. You build from max stam, you have 30k stam. If no stam drain, you get stamina back from certain rocks, plus you can go for a heavy after that. I think this would be sustainable as well. But you might get CC during the left-hander or at the end of the dodge soul. And then be unable to CC break roll before you get one shot. Whereas the block build kinda takes away that possibility. But yeah, it could be a dodge soul build too. Has to run Saxadil, this build to get the major force. Companion Ascent Boproc Adric is cringe AF. We noob and the mothers behind the Shen. Yeah, and I don't think I don't think animal companion is that good. Like, sure, you get the Sark's delayed burst, but it's very easy to avoid compared to like blast bombs, for example. But I know it's done for the crit damage, but still, I don't think that's optimal. And of those builds, those are just RNG builds, like I explained earlier. Like, those are also running 7 divines, and you one-shot someone, or they one-shot you, and you land the bow proc when they're not blocking, or you don't, and it's all just RNG. Okay, do we have everything? I think so, right? Just camp here, but this build might still die. We can test it though. Big diversity. Precast run into group, something sticks, if not then run again, spamming one button, instant surprise like damage. Yeah. Just really dumb this state of the game, but it's maybe ways to build around them. But increase if he's not AFK. Tosa's here as well. Tosa is also playing the one-shot bow thing, I think. Or what you craft the counter. Yeah, it's not a full counter yet. It's just a version of the same thing, but... I need the divines. You have the rings? It's gonna be scavenging. Wait, no, that needs to be Saxlil. I do have that. This one Saxlil. I do have that as well, so we have like half the gear. Hey, Rose, how you doing? Things get better or worse if humans focused on what was going well rather than what's going wrong? No, because then no one would solve any problems that exist. You just like stick your head in the sand and pretend everything's fine. It's an interesting philosophical question though. Saying out of sight, out of mind, I think describes that pretty well. One way of thinking. Okay, let's see if we can survive. Wait, there's probably a dumpty loot. He's without Koro, by the way, at the moment, the damage. So I can fight even outside of Koro right now, kind of. No, we do die there though, but I didn't play that well. Still figuring this out. How much is it out of 15k bow without corrosive, without the Conti? The surprise tag was also hitting hard. 7k without Koro. It's just stupid, man. Now if I could do this and just stay on back bar forever. Huge 4.9k blast bones, almost the same. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Like, I'm not even even in the whole idea of the build yet. Wait, I'm gonna dump the ulti. Need to practice this though. Nation is broken. Not even assassination, because there's a better idea with the dark magic. Or I think better idea. You see block there with dual ult. Like how fucking broken that is. The time you take damage is when you're not blocking. That's this easy meta. That was blocked right. But now just go back to this. I wonder why this damage there is so good. Makes very little sense. Block the blast spawn. I didn't block the blast spawn, so you see the damage you take, right? I just hate how like you're supposed to play some Permablocker. Because I have more mobility with this than with the Esoteric. Way more. We almost have Koro again. And like, this is not even the highest MS version. Dodge the boss there, so I don't get the burst, but you land the burst once and someone dies. Welcome to State of Dueling. And on pressure build I was struggling to, really struggling to survive yesterday. This is the same build, and I think it is. Almost at Koro again. 7 divines, by the way. Supposed to be like no survivability on this, but not how the game works apparently. Hey, Bulk, how you doing? Yeah, hello. 17k ball. Let's revive the riposte there. And that's here, yep. Was that blocked? Like New Liquor? Not particularly. I'm trying to find a way to break it further. I feel like I'm missing something here. So when I tested on the wait. He does know when I go Koro, so he starts playing defensive. So there's the Merciless. Yeah, that was blocked. That's 6.2k to through block. That was the one with the Conti. Koro tracker OP, yeah, that definitely helps. Base tank in 6k DPS there. Yep. Base tank in 6k DPS with just 7 divines or 6 divines. This should be divines. Very very balanced. I like how they balance the offensive and defensive sets and traits in this game. See Melody on me? Don't think there's also what's Elmer? I don't think there's don't think Koro's Crane too predictable. Yeah, but it gives you time to go offensive without being in any trouble. I mean, you can do Incap too, for example, but then you don't have the survivability during that time. You know what would be funny? What if instead of Earthen Heart, so we can fox that if you mute Incap Bow instead? Yeah, but Incap Bow, you can also that. I never get hit by Incap Bow. I can get hit by Incap and then Bow like a few seconds later. Put Immopot and streak away. Yeah, but you also have to hold block 24/7 because even from far away you can get one shot by a 30k bow. If this the Continental. You spoke the bow, the first one, and the second one was only 17k. Despite this guy, he doesn't know what we're doing. I do like the Saturn rocks a lot though. I also land the surprise stack unblocked. With the bow though. Okay, we have Koro. I think he blocked that, yeah. Need to find a way to drop block somehow. That would make it OP. Also I need a riposte tracker. I forgot about that. And set one up after this. Have Koro in a moment. Almost. Looked like 10% health. He's gonna be struggling with the survivability here though. But it's kind of the problem. A build like this should not be able to fight outside of the Koro. So you give up so much survivability, or you're supposed to give up so much survivability by going 7 divines. But you don't. That's the problem. Yeah, this can be improved still. Could get another burst ability. I feel like I can kind of build the Koro here most of the time. It's just getting the kill while in Koro. Why can't I do Saturn rocks there, dude? Okay, that's a little bit annoying. That is a little bit annoying, not gonna lie. Because I did the bow proc and I couldn't Saturn rock afterwards. He didn't have CC move there, right? At least I don't think he did. Peak of Dueling? Yeah, just rinse and repeat until you one-shot someone. But that's kind of the idea though. Unfortunately, it's just the most effective way of playing. He blocks this time. Okay, he does die there. That's basically a troll tank, to be honest. I can't say anything. I'm not allowed to. He's doing Pyre, Blast Bones. Yeah, good fight, good fight. Pyre, Blast Bones, was it rallying? I think it was rallying, right? I think I saw the blue. $29k Merciless off, ladies and gentlemen. Balams. Can you see all the skill here? It's so skillful. Some big skill. Hey, what's increase? Zero? Hello, hello. With front bar and all stam glyphs. By the way, I don't mean this as an attack on anyone's build, Tosa. Just to be clear. I just think it's very RNG if you fight the same build. And it's like who crits who first. Or who lands the bow proc when someone's not blocking. Because it has a travel time, you have to like predict when someone is gonna drop the block, right? And you can't do that because of the travel time, so it's just RNG in the end. It is a very strong way of playing, but I think what I would like the most is doing this, but also making it unkillable. I'm not sure if you guys saw the build editor, but you can do this with frag too, right? Also, honesty is the best policy. How you doing? What about dropping Earthen Heart for 8 Spear for the damage passives using minor brutality poisons? Dragon Dawn, Blessed Thistle, tried Fast Strider. Fast Strider is really good, but I don't know how I would incorporate that. We do have Riposte, yeah, Riposte and the Contingency. Contingency with damage shield, I think it's better than the heal, right? Has to be, because the heal, if you have something like BFP, we don't, we have Surprise Deck. If you have something like BFP, it would take you out of the extra damage range, which you can kind of chill in with Koro. That's another idea why I thought this could be really fun. Because we're using Surprise Deck right now. If we did this idea, where instead of bow proc, this is the current build, 15.6 effective. If you did, it's a bit less crit damage, but if you did this instead, then run BFP and drop low health while in Koro, just freely cast BFP without any risk really. And you get way more damage than from Surprise Deck. So you'd have a lot of pressure as well, I think. So you get the 75% modifier on this. Could be interesting. I don't know if anyone's tried frags with this yet. Another idea, another reason for the dark magic is that you can really troll. So you can Permablock, right? You get the Restaurant Light passive that gives you free blocking. You have CC Muti, and you are blocking while you duck. They also have infinite stam sustain. So you can really just Permablock. Should be way tankier than this one. This one's 20k resistances, this one is 27, 26. Almost the same effective power. Why no Sun or Masterlock? Because they suck. I mean, you could drop the blind, but then you lose the minor force. Or you lose the contingency. But yeah, this feels kinda broken already, and it's not min-maxed. Didum, how you doing? Hello. This one's like, by the way, 9.4k as well. Sucks is very rude. No, I mean compared to alternatives. Compared to landing 30k bows. This is stupid. I don't like how dueling is, but we can still min-max it. Can dodge block it, the skill element to be honest. But there really isn't if you fight the same build, because at some point like someone's gonna just drop a block to go for a light attack, for example. And what if there's a bow proc landing at that exact same moment? It's just RNG. You can't tell me that someone predicted 600 milliseconds ahead of time that you're gonna drop block for a light attack at that exact moment, and you're gonna get hit by the bow proc for 30k. It's not really, it's just RNG. That's why I like Koro, because you remove the RNG during that Koro window. And then if you can swap block and camp the heals, should be fine, right? The only thing is that you can get CC'd by something like Javelin and hit by a 13k plus Kjolnar, and then you die. So that's why I was thinking immobile as well, just to remove the possibility of getting CC'd. You see that this 29k hit was not on opponent's blast bones? No, wait, I can show it. Yeah, just proc the riposte. I'll show the bow proc. It's actually fucking stupid. I need to build the Koroto. Been player for a while, you'll obviously gonna notice a pattern to things. So prediction is kind of part of skill equation. As me personally think it's less RNG than you make it out to be. If it crits or not. No, you like if Janet is fighting me, he's not gonna at the exact same interval. He's not gonna be drop in block for a light attack. But there's things like you're just rebuffing, for example. You drop block for 1 millisecond and there's a bow at that exact moment. I think most people, when they cast bow procs or frags, it's just at a random time or after a CC, after an incap. There's some prediction, but if you're fighting like this and you're like blocking and dropping block and casting skills, landing at that exact moment you drop the block, that's RNG. But if you do like incap and then bow, like that's very predictable. That's why I always tell people not to incap bow, because it's predictable. And you could say the Koro combo is very predictable, but I think it gives you that safety window to fight without being counterbursted. Even if most people only don't know how to counterburst, it takes away that possibility. Okay, I'm almost at Koro here. I'll stay on front bar because of the timidity. The idea with the other builds also is that you don't have timidity, so you can build the Koro a lot faster. Sun, Marsok, blind for damage. You could run minor force here. You could have Sun or Marsok. You just don't get the Koro for the dot damage. track riposte? You can, I need to set that up. I'll do it after this one. Okay, so now I'll go Koro, poke that. Just need Giant to hit me, there we go. Bam, 26k. It's not 30k, but that's the idea. Why is it only 26k? Didn't I have everything there? Maybe something ran out. Oof, indeed. Oh wait, were you on the back bar there? With major protection? Or you're just tankier than the other guy? Oh, major and minor prod, okay. So 26k on major and minor prod. I'm gonna set up the riposte tracker. It's kinda important. Also the, I think a big part of the tankiness is the blind, right? The 3.6, but maybe not. Maybe not. 3.7. It's a lot less than BGs. Okay, so we make a hybrid tool tracker, right? I can see the ID here, I think. We get the buff. 6,230. Okay. That should do it. Make it look better. Here in the middle of the screen so I don't possibly miss it. Make the text bigger. Maybe 70 by 70. I really need to redo my UI. Need to hop into next day session. Not sure what's wrong. Hypertool stuff don't work. Sure, I can only help with that. I'm not an expert though with the add-on, but I can try to help. Wait, how was this again? Like you see, like I don't remember how this worked. Ah, there we go. Main time 0, hide. Oh, oops. And this one, if you have... Wait, I should set this up first, so I can see it. Let's say if there's 2 seconds missing. Or less than 2 seconds, it changes the color. If I block, it should change the color to red, right? Or not. Oh, it's the wrong one. Okay. So now it should work, right? Nope. It's the other way around. No, why is this not working? So that works. Parkour, what is this? Oh, I don't like that. Oh, it's the... Okay, I'm stupid. So it's about to run out. So there's a cooldown on Pokénet as well. I can see it there. Okay, next thing we do is do 3 seconds. That's maybe too much. Let's do 2 and 1. 2 and 1, that should be fine. Maybe other way around. So this one first, and then does the proc thing at 1. Now you have to proc it again. Okay, that looks better. And that one is height tracker. And then once you spend the proc, it disappears. Okay. This can be helpful. Let's see what else can we set up. I think that's probably enough for now. Where's that iron called? Hypertools. It's a little bit complicated, but I have on my Discord all of these, not all of them, but I'll have to add the repost, for example. I have a lot of this on the add-on section on my Discord. So what you can do is you copy paste the code, you type /htshow in game, and you go here, import tracker, and you just copy paste the code on the Discord. You can have all of these, or some of these. Hey, what's Swampen? MacDK? Yeah, but you're not gonna like it. You're not gonna like it. Quite sharing again. It's not min-maxed yet either, like the blind, I could have minor force here. I think sustain's more or less fine. So I could run a different more set. Oh, I have Koro here. That's without Koro and without Combi. Was a really good dodge there. Okay. You shouldn't have done that. With the roll, ball. Do the next Koro. You can always sell in rocks, switch to ice heavy, get back the magic and spend sell in rocks. First without Koro. You could run this with Ink up front too. So you have both options. You can play super safe with Koro, or you can go for the Ink up first instead. Wait, why did I lose the boss there? It's weird. blocked, I think. Wait for a wall. That was a cancelled Dawnbreaker, I think. Or I hope it was cancelled because I didn't get the dot there at all. Yeah, it was cancelled. What is this stam sustain though? How do you have... I'm blocking non-stop on this at the moment. It feels like I'm constantly at full stam. As long as we're using the Conti, just for the regens, I think, and the damage shield. Need to block the blast spawn there. Again, I lost the riposte there. The blast spawn stole them. Rude. Buffs there. Didn't have ripostes there. He's playing well around the Coron, but I can survive, which is ridiculous. I shouldn't be able to. Just a bow without Koro there. Without essence too, I think. Like at any moment, like one small mistake, one like good round of RNG, and you can just get one zone. Ooh, close. We have Coron. I should build the ball before I Koro. It's actually an avoidable mistake. A rip. So what could I do as Morse said? Let's fight this guy. What is this? Just a dueling build. But it's a work in progress. See, also a full damage build. Doesn't feel like it. I think the dark magic version is gonna work better. Might sound crazy, but he has more potential. Okay, speed riposte here. A roll, we can bow after. Can't heavy attack for some reason. I think he's doing the same thing or something similar. And you can land the bow unblocked if you land the off-balance. But you don't really have a way to counter blocking. And I should be trying to block the off-balance before, because I think I have the CP for that too. Might have to use the sustain ult there. Why can't I block? There's some issue with blocking. It stops working. Might have overextended a bit there. Hit the Cinder. This guy's doing the same thing roughly. Koro in a moment. Gonna try to get ball, predictable, doesn't work. Get the rebuff. GG. You block during the 2 seconds of auto block from Redstone Light. We're already blocking, so you can manually block and feels like... Oh, okay, so that explains. That explains. I probably had the auto blocking and then I tried to hold block and it doesn't work. That's a bit awkward. Need to get used to it. You don't have that issue with dark magic, because you used to do two dark deals and it's over and you start blocking again. It's very little downtime where you can get hit, where you're not blocking. How much was the bow at the end? It was without the Conti, because I had to do the OB stun. Only 20k. I was running Sliver. We're doing the same, but with procs, basically. Yeah, so there we have the free blocking, for example. A bit awkward. I need to pay attention to the riposte. I think the max sustain could be better. It's gonna be better with dark magic though. Koro here in a moment. And also, he's not gonna dodge, so fuck. Should have done another bolt there right after. Miscalculation. He should have dodged though. If you don't dodge there, you can still die through block. But we know what he's gonna do next time, most likely. So this is the basic socks and bow with sliver. Block is fucking broken, man. I took 0 damage from the Ingot bow. I didn't get my weapon spell spot because of the Magicka issue. Maybe try the OB bow again. Can't deal with block otherwise. Okay, I have to roll because the free blocking is a bit awkward. Sharks, block them. Nice the angle. You can block there again, but I didn't have the free block in there. I don't know why it didn't let me block. No, now he does sauce, really? I'll be out of stam here at this rate though. I'm out of stam. Also stunnable there. It's OB. Need to roll cuts and that would be a kill there. That's never gonna land. Just got the wrong opponent for the Ingat bow. Kind of fucked up there, I think. I have no magic about the still in Koro. Koro's out now though. Also need a bow stack tracker, I think. Yeah, Magica could be better. Have Koro soon. No Magica 40. Southern Rocks there. Was running out. State of Dueling. Oh, well, there's another one. So you know I can track the... No, I can track the both stacks for some reason. Oh no, I can, here's one stack. I need a tracker in the middle of the screen. Not here like amongst the billion buffs that he has. Gonna have to pay attention then. know why he's taking no damage, right? Because he's also blocking. Is pullback ruination any good? Given how prevalent block is in Dueling? It's minus 40% of mitigation. 20% damage, basically. Wonder if that could be worth considering as an offensive set. Yeah, I can short block until I get the magical back. That's been annoying. The mammoth. Some funny prank. Obi's gonna run out. Yeah, I can stun him. He's also in block mode again. I got the free block in there, not anymore. It's always gonna ink at fall. I should cleanse the Inca. Use the mass pile on. Maybe I'll try unmod Dawnbreaker. Let's see. Nah, that was a bad idea. Didn't really do too much. Senso ice heavy more than this, eh? Yeah, but like you see my max system, what am I supposed to do? It's 3 stacks. He was stunned. Okay. We're both poking. Oh. He's done. Wait, how did he get out so fast? He's also blocking a lot. Let's see how many 39. But where do you see then? Biggest spot 22. There's no like this guy's also tankier. So I'm pretty sure 20k means that it's repost and something. I don't know. Whole new build before Desi finished this duel. Oof. Bellsplit increased block cost by 1000%. But that's the thing, like, if you play a normal build, it feels like it's impossible to sustain blocking all the blast bones and bow procs and whatnot. But if you play a full damage build, for some reason, the sustain also feels easier. My stam usually is full. Oh, this guy's nice. Have a nice day. You too. Thanks for doing the shoutout. I need to scroll up the chat. The face tank 30k Koro bow procs. I think 1v1. Stay close to corrosive DK camp in his rune and cinder. Shouldn't be so cringe. To outplay Desi, don't dodge. Yeah. I was waiting for the dodge, so I started doing the heavy attack there. So I can roll cuts, but he didn't do it. He just helped block and heal instead. Bullseye, how you doing? Increase block cost when blocking a certain time or more damage through block. Not gonna change because of PvE. Yeah. Crit RNG, yep. You just wait for this basically. That's weird though, why is it only 22k? And here also 20.5. Like this guy ate a 29k one, that's 50% more damage. I don't know if I was missing something there. Hey, Moist, how you doing? What you cooking? Just trying to make a some kind of one-shot build. So we're doing Rally Essence, but I think I have a better idea. Doing Rally Essence with Blind at the moment, but I could have Minor Force here on the Contim and do some monster set instead. Max Sustain looks good, yeah, this. It was because it made Dawnbreaker mid Ice Heavy. That's why Dark Magic would be good, because it changes the or helps a lot with the max sustain, but or all of the sustain. But I don't know if I do I need that? I think I can Permablock without that. I can more or less Permablock without that. Hey Millennium, how you doing? Just built craft sets or well? It's first me, wanna see how it is? Sure. But how to beat the dueling cheater meta? Just do the same shit. There's something broken with the calculations though, because you more than double your damage. I shot this earlier, but when you start stacking crit damage, you more than double the... It's on the editor too. There's everything else the same, more or less. Divine, Shadow Mundus. Rally Watersun is a pressure build instead. You get 10k. You switch to stacking crit damage instead. It's 15.6k. That's the average damage, not the max damage. The max damage on the burst is a lot higher even. Oh, and this is with... never mind. Doesn't have major and minor force, obviously. So it goes from 9.4 to 15.6. And that's why it felt like shit playing with Esoteric. Because you... Sure, you take 50% less damage, but your opponent also deals 50% more damage. So that's why the amount of damage you took from Blast Bones and Bowprocs and stuff like that felt very similar. You could still run this on a... Like, you could do Esoteric on a crit build. That was one of the things I thought about, but... I think I want to try something like this with the frags and Permablock instead. If I need survivability. And Scavenging Mice as well. So then you could just always be blocking notice most of the time. Multi-magic block passive? No, it's really good. Oh. Oh shit. Thanks, Doom. I was actually running out of the Harrison bots there. Very kind, thank you. Is the stickers on your Maxoc Longo? It's not bad, it's nice in BGs, but when it comes to dueling, I think you just need to go crit damage. So I kinda have Goro to begin with. The max sustain's a bit sketchy. I'm not gonna Goro yet. I'm gonna wait for 300, let's say. Okay, we're at 300. So here we can kind of stay on offensive a bit. Almost. Now we're running out of shoes and have to build the Koro again. Just the max sustain is really sketchy. I don't know what to do about them. We have to do ice heavies a lot, I guess. It's also why I kind of worry about the dark magic idea, because I won't have max sustain for the dark deal. So we can build Koro before being in too much trouble here. Just block the, it's kind of obvious when it's available, but have to pre-block here. The passive is useful. Block. The armor buff. The weapons bonus buff. Spot. Just gonna rinse and repeat that until you get a one shot. Or you get one shot. I'm gonna die here, I think. Yep. I didn't get my vigor there before weapons one. Rip. What's the biggest boat there? 17k only? I don't... Why is it only 17k though? This guy was taking 20k? Guess nice to be honest. No, it was 16k before with the previous build as well. Was it wasn't on block right? Wait, can I try this without just proc the riposte? I wanna see how much the bow can be. I don't know why it's doing less there. Was that without... Oh, that was without mono too. That was avoidable if I got the vigor there. Like, I could tank that at least. But why is the bow not doing enough? I don't get it. Okay, let me see how much the bow does. I need to build Koro first though. We want to do an actual duel. I mean, we can do an actual duel too, but really curious about the damage there. If that's block, like, that makes sense, but the riposte bow earlier doesn't make any sense. That's why I want to run immobile. I don't get javelin stunned. was without the Conti, so I have to get the OB stun, I thought. Kill Nora. Roll. Both balanced. Yep. So much time I can also go for God Souls usually. If I need to. How am I instantly back to full health? I CC break, I get hit by the sweep there, and I don't click burst heal. Just go back to full from the Cinder and the Rune, I think. Only that here, because I have no magicum. You know, we're fine. Goes to jump on him. It's blocked. The Doom Zeros and bots are draining quickly here. Feels bad, man. Kind of bad. A lot of magic as well. I do have Koro here, I have to Koro. I'm out of resource. Get the essence. Close. Oh, rip. Rip. Crit. Wolfsbane, how you doing? Stem or Macroon? Ah, you're right. You're right. I could do Macroon for the Maxostain. Stem is apparently fine. But this is what I don't... Why is the biggest boat 12k? It goes from 20k to 12k there. In 7 minutes 44 seconds. Am I just that unlucky? Or what the fuck is this? Eight crits, but still. Why are you taking no damage there? Monomit? Yes, Gianni did the same earlier. He took 20k. Why is this doing 0 damage? Like your Kjalnar proc does more damage than a Korori post bow proc. Nah, I'm still missing something. Still missing something here. It's too stupid. %150% crit damage. 100% pen. The biggest one is 12.7. Meanwhile, I do the same. I get it by 24k. 13k Kjalnar is insane. Yeah, I'm definitely still missing something. People are not telling me what that something is. I could try a different monsters, sure, but that's kind of strange. I'm gonna go change the rune. Also, I can change the monster, but it's not gonna make a difference. I think, because there's no good monster sets really. Or for burst damage. Maybe the new one, but nah, this can't be. Even if it crits, 30k health. 30k minus 17.1. That would be 5k tooltip. Yeah, no, that's terrible.
You there. The Ivory Brigade has need of you.
This makes zero sense to me though. Your Kjalnar did more damage than my bow proc in that fight. Oh, Cinder is not leveled. What do you get when you level in? Bit more healing? Could try Incap on the front to lose a little bit of weapon spell damage, but can vary things up a bit. Condition T2H. No, that doesn't make a difference. I tried it on... wait, let me show you. It's just doing the Divine Shadow Mundus and just building around crit damage that makes the difference. When it shouldn't, because the numbers don't add up. So there's definitely something broken there calculations-wise. It's like 100 health per second less, it doesn't matter.
Fancy yourself a friend to all bugs? I know some that need
Attributes into Magicka. That should be stamina. Okay, that's what I'm missing. God damn it. Oh, it doesn't make a huge difference though, because we had one mech line from Rally already. A little bit of damage. Is it worth it though? Because I'm running out of magic and not stamina. Probably not worth it. You gain like 1% damage. I'm having one stem line more. But we have 5k more magicka before we run out of stats. This has to be better still. Let's see what else. Fighting Finest, Riposte, Masted Arms, Cleansing Revival's the only defensive CP I have. Oh. Let's get rid of that. Don't need that. By Suffering, Bench of Feuds, Survival Instincts. I think this CP is pretty good, no? 200 mech region. So either that or Juggernaut, but... Or you could do Embracing Anchor, just more bulk mitigation, right? I think sustain is the main thing though. I'm missing yeah, I'm missing one damage CP. Maybe I can do without the Cleansing Revival. Not sure. missing the exploiter. It's 10% damage. But it still doesn't explain the difference.
You there. The Ivory
You changed a
Brigade
few
has
things, you
needed
went from 17k to 12.7. And this was against other people. This guy got hit by 30k one. I still don't get it. Okay, max sustain should be a lot better. Stem sustain is worse though. And the mod set can be different still. I don't know what to go for though. Try Sun, even though you don't get the Koro pen for it. Oh. Wait, what? So from 100 to 0? Javelin, Kjolnar, okay. I don't know, that was weird. Hey Arvin, how you doing? Wait, you changed some higher damage version. Kinda squish it there. I could Koro, but I had ulti at the start, so I don't want to cheese. For now, perhaps. We're still running out of magic at all. Let me squishy them before him. No, I have no sustain though. Can I CC? No. Pipsic, thank you for the follow. Thank you. I don't get it. Just doing way less damage. Even though it's Essence Rally, it's the same shit with Divines. It's just different mods then. See, I don't get it. I don't get it. What are you supposed to do? I can Koro, but I don't want to do that at the start of the duel. If I start with 200. So the only thing I can think of is doing some Permablock build. Otherwise you just die. The moment someone gets lucky with the crits, you just fucking die instantly from 100 to 0. So we do the Permablock then just immobile. Keep that up 24/7. This is kinda stupid. The point of these builds? Brain dead? Yeah, it is. And I still don't understand why I'm doing less damage here. .7 and I get hit more by a proc set than I deal with a bow proc with 7 divines, almost full offensive CPs. I don't get it. And Koro up, by the way. There's no in-gap here or anything that would increase the damage done by a proc set to be more than my bow proc. We went through a lot of testing yesterday, but it doesn't explain why he's taking half the damage that I am taking. We're starting with ulti now. Okay, let's start with ulti. I'll go get ulti as well. This is just fucking sad state of this game. Yay, let's play full damage. Let's get crits and let's see who crits first and one-shots the other one first. I have never seen less skill-based gameplay in my fucking life. In any video game I've ever fucking played. Based that build. This is the same build in Jaffa Cakes. This is the same fucking build. But for some reason, some people take half the damage. And I take full damage. Which is not really, it has not really been explained to me. Like, why in 7 minutes is the biggest bow proc I get 12.7 instead of 30k? In 7 minutes, 44 seconds. I do riposte bow with Koro up, 12.7. And I take 13.3 from Kjalnar, some random fucking proc set. And that's something's still fucking off here. Stacking crit resist? I don't know, like nothing's being built here. It doesn't matter if you stack crit, but then you don't have the divines. Then you have no business hitting 13k Kjalnars on anyone. I'm pretty sure we're both Rally and Essence. 2k crit, yeah, exactly. It's the same full damage garbage that everyone else is playing here. It's the same skillless RNG shit that every fucking brainlet is playing here. Roughan doesn't affect skill damage or ability damage. It's the double passive you're talking about. While using double attacks, it affects the double skills only. Yeah, this. Let's try with Koro. We can start with ulti too. Set punches pop. Javelin, ulti, no crit, unlock on. No crit, unlock again. No crit, unlock for me this time. Every needed piece here. Yeah. Nope. 0 damage. Push the shove. No crit, unlucky. No ulti, unlucky. Okay, I want to see the damage of that one. That was riposte, Koro, every buff up. It's only 23k. Literally everything up. Meanwhile, other people taking 30k. And that was without the riposte as well. I don't understand why there's a like 20 to 30% damage difference in the damage people take. Since the necessary drains a lot of magicka, yes. You won't survive without it. Permablock, I think they fixed that in the last patch. Didn't increase UVX. I'm not keeping score. Literally just testing builds. Cross up. That's with the Conti as well. It's only 22.8. This is just stupid. This is just stupid. Funk music. So lock in more gives you... Nah, I think drum and bass is better for that. Can still change the mod set to something else, but... I don't know about this. So if it's gonna be some RNG Fiesta, then we should at least try to make it so that we will never die if someone gets the crits. So I'll try the dark magic idea. Because even if I can get the damage high enough, I don't wanna die to some unavoidable bullshit.
Whether you delve deep. Ah, no shit.
Do I have the gear for this though? We had the... It's a rest of stuff. I need an ice stuff, right? Wait, no, I need sword on board. I can also try this with the Incap, because we can kind of tank until Koro anyway. Do you need Koro for the Syndra though? Anything else we could do? If we don't do Koro... Can't do dance threat on this character. Get the minor sorcery. So you also get a lot of damage from Earthen Heart. Get the plus 10%. Couldn't this also be Herald? Free burst with the treatise. So you don't do any class abilities until you ink up or bow. So you get like an extra 4k tooltip plus some sustain. Plus crit damage. Weapon spell damage. some point 10k surprise tag. Is that at the end there? Almost nuked you. Yeah, but I don't understand why the damage is so much less than it should be. And also I don't want to play some shit that just gets instantly killed. The moment there's one CC with Crescent, like it's unavoidable. It's just whoever RNGs first, basically. Dante, thank you for the follow. Thank you. It's like you land the crit or you don't. It's completely fucking RNG. It's kind of shit, like, does not make me want to play the game. So I want to make sure that this is survivable. So I think I need to do the Dark Magic idea, or Permablock idea. I need to move a billion gear pieces again. It's on max orc. Act as full inventory, of course. I have the transmute still. So I also need to craft scavenging for that. You say built that to more damage, but this is what I don't understand. 7 minutes. Biggest boat 12.7. The highest been hit the spots. Yeah, but why? that is what I'm wondering. That is not the highest boat I've been hit by, and I've even tried to build for defense, not full damage. Really strange that a proc set can be hitting harder. This is the exact, almost the exact build. Rally Essence, 7 Divines, or 6, I have 1 Welfare. No Transmutes. Was infused with the mono, but it's just weird. Okay, do you have the shield and sword? 72 transmutes to make them. Can't do it today. Unless I do a lot of PGs. So we can try that idea. But not yet. Can change the monster set. Just do the current build. Whips, how you doing? Maxoc seems crazy strong right now. Maxoc can be good. Champion is Fast Strider. No, I don't have it. I was thinking of doing that. I have Rally and Essence right now. I could try Fast Strider instead of... I think Essence is needed for this damage then, right? I think rally is kinda important. Place mono. No, I can't do the Saxlail build. So I need to craft the sword and board. So that's gonna be a block build. Use Permablock build. The idea with that one is to, let me show the editor. The idea with that build was to do dark magic instead and run immobile. And just cast immobile every 5 seconds or so. So you hold block, immobile, stand in the rune, Cinderstorm. When you have the resto passive, you do Dark Deal. So you block with the extra block mitigation and get your stamina back. And then once you have Koro, then you go offense. And you do the same thing pretty much. Weapon Hut, use Edric Spear, minor brutality poisons for more damage. But it's very RNG if you proc them or not. Oh, I still have vulnerability here. I have poison and disease. It should be... it doesn't make a huge difference, but it should have been... Shockcliff. Let's try without the Conti. If I did instead of Conti, if I did LSS. And I know it's a Koro build, but you can do LSS, switch, and just instantly bow. And you get the minor brittle and minor vuln. We're missing both of those at the moment. Is that worth more than plus 2k? It should be, I think. I'll try that. But then I need to keep the blind. The blind defense-wise is not super good. Flash Fly Larva, Plastisol, minor brutality 5.5. Yeah, I know. But I don't like the RNG of having the broken. So where would you run it? On front bar? You don't really stay on front bar. You stay on the back bar most of the time. So you'd have to proc it instantly when you switch to front. More critical damage? I don't think so. There's no assassination. How do you have more critical damage? There's 2% from the... Okay, 2% more crit damage if you have Edric Spear. So that's 12% instead of 10. Because that's a pure, like just a pure Blar. But the only difference crit damage wise is the plus 2% damage. But I also have Koro, which is full pen, that's like plus 50% damage. And I still do less damage with the bow. Which, by the way, should hit harder than any proc set. If you look at Kjelnar, for example, it's 9.8k tulip. This was 16k tulip. So how do you explain that proc set hits harder than my bow proc in almost 8 minute duel? That I can't understand. Block isn't gonna work when you use Javelin in his burst. I had a plan for that, I just don't have the Transmute. The plan was to use Immobile. Or you could also Death Stance when Kjelnar's about to proc. You just reflect the javelin. It's the other option. But that doesn't work against other people using certain rocks or streak. But maybe you don't need that. No need to cast that every 6 seconds anymore. So that could also work. It's also a lot of sustain. So you're always blocking. So you always get the 18% cost reduction. Just no bow and crystal frags instead. We can try it with the current current setup, I think, or current gear. Oh, Fluff Weasel, how you doing? Is the website or an add-on? Oh, this thing or on the this USB build editor. It's very useful. Test different builds here before testing them in game. I'll give you the link. No problem. And thank you for the follow. Thank you. Check if I have vamp saved on this. I do. Stick around if you have me, of course. Today we're testing some dueling builds. It's a bit of a struggle. Trying to find the best possible setup, but there's a lot of unknowns. Of things that I just don't really understand why things calculate the way they do. This is the actual gank build that we're on at the moment. Oh, hello, see. Wow. One mud ball, rude. Our Strider Nightbit Ambush Morph gives 10% damage, more damage across the buffs it gives. Not with Monomid. If you did seasonal, then yes. You could do like Far Strider and Saxlil though. You still get the vulnerability. In that case, I think you try to run... if you have Monomid, I think you try to run Lotus Fan. To get the dot from that. Best class, subclass, and class for tanking. Just for subclass, I would say probably... depends on what you want to do. If you want to do open world PvP, I think Sork has the most viable builds. Because you want to think of like, do you want to do two skill lines of your class, and like what classes you have, what class scripts you have. I think Sork overall is pretty good. DK is also solid. The class script sucks, but DK has a really good class in. Nightblade as well, actually. For PvE. Yeah, I think DK is what people prefer for tanking, as far as I know. Let's build out an open world max rock ranged. I got you covered. Max rock's really good. Ignore the command. Actually, I think it's not up to date. It's up to date on the website. I need to fix that. Look into your website version. This one, yes. Super good build. Been enjoying that.
Every discipline is an expression.
Let's rally mono, yep. It's a fun build. But the poisons with Berserk Enchant on back bar. So you'd have minor vuln. You still lose the enchant burst though. The thing with poisons is that you have 20% chance to proc them, whereas Koro has 12-second duration. So you kinda can run out of Koro before you get the poison, and then you need to line it up with the riposte, and you need to line it up with the off balance. It's a lot of little mini games to all line up just to burst someone. I don't think you need it necessarily if the build is fully optimized. I don't think it's gonna be necessary. So full of Arcanists gets boring. Every single group or trial has half Arcanists as DPS. Yep, I'm one of them when I do PvE. It's just so simple, just beam your problems away. Edric gives 12%, 6% base damage. Yeah, the Edric passives are really good, but I would have to be on a Templar if I want to do that. Or run no Restoring Light, but then you can do the Dark Magic. Wait, did I explain the idea? Not sure if I did. So what I want to do is just do a Dark Magic Insta Fascination. I know we get less damage with that, but we can compensate. Compensate by having a good proc set. And I think Blind can be something else too. Just need to figure out what. The idea is that you can just Permablock. Permablock and Death Stance when there's a Javelin incoming. Or when Kjalna is about to proc. And just hold block. Two options. Wait, I wonder how much the... So if I do Death Stance, I don't have to do 5 heavy. So this build would be a lot tankier, even if you don't block all the time. A lot more armor. More mitigation while blocking. But if we did Death Stance, the heavy is pointless. So we do scavenging on the body. Proc scavenging with the Koro. Also a lot of RNG, but you have the same damage as the other build. Roughly. What more set though? Because we get minor force, or we can get minor force from the contingency. That a pure melee DPS build is non-existent these days. Yes, but I think that's more because people are lazy and they just wanna AoE and single target with the same build. Because I think the there's a Nightblade, I think Ardent Assassination and was it Dunsweat or Adric, not sure which one, but there was a build that ran like Nightblade kit for damage. And it's the top single target DPS. I think I want like a Frax version though. What's the spam ball on yours? Don't see one. Oh, that's the on the website you can see the here if you scroll down. Wield Soul scripts. Frost damage, class mastery, vitality. So you have frost damage because of the Winter's Embrace. You get plus 15% on your spam ball. And you have the best best class script for Wield Soul spammable. The idea behind this is just to have a really hard hitting spammable and burst ulti. It's the idea behind that one. Let's see, monsters. Not gonna land heavies really though, I think. No point in Baylock with Koro. We could build ulti faster, get blood spawn, but like the damage would be the same as right now. Be more stam regen. But I'd rather get more damage somehow. And this set sucks. Probably engine would be better for a block build anyway. This thing's terrible. Lady Malikda, this hits twice. Would be some extra burst. Not a lot though, and the pen is wasted with Koro. That's a crit damage debuff. Minor innovation, only 5 seconds though. Low uptime. Can proc Tearic. Rocks of Ostain, but we need damage. It's the same as Malikda basically, without RNG. Zol, in case we get CC'd. In case the dev stance doesn't work. It would knockback be good for Javelin? Yeah, dev stance, that's the first idea I wanna try. If it's not enough, then I can do immovable and just keep that up. So how many plays like 1 bar heavy tech builds? They made a whole class around the low action per minute playstyle they did. They for sure did. If I do dev stance, there's also the Asylum sword and board angle, where you don't run a Mosh set. Run Asylum sword and board here. And you'd have to front part the Saxleel, I think. Run it on the body. It's usually a lot of max sustain. Could be really good. Should probably consider that. At least. If the damage is not enough, we can do something else about that. On the Warden. That's on the other DK. Because I also want to get rid of the minor timidity that we have at the moment. If that with the monomyth, it makes building up the core a lot slower. Transmute Twice Fanged as well. I feel like it might be the best set in the game. Twice Fanged, they buffed that. It's pretty solid now for stats, but having tested a lot over the past few days, I think the best thing you can do is still just build around crit damage. For some reason, it just creates a bigger difference in damage than anything else. Proc sets, stacking weapon spell damage, stacking pen, like none of that matters.
Hello there.
It's kinda stupid how it works, but... Pretty sure there's a bug somewhere. Kinda need that for the healer build though. Oh well. Wait, can't you do contingency with knockback? The knockback doesn't do any damage, right? Then do plus 2k damage. Knockback into bow, for example. Yeah, you can. It's also cheaper. Could also be interesting. Maybe on something else than an Earthen Hut build. Could cast Conti and just immediately bow after you proc the riposte. Or frag with the dark magic version. So there are some ways to... Some other ways to build around this, I think. I think the Earthen Heart is not really locked in. Could also do... do like Vamp Bolt or just use Incap 40 damage, but... Problem is that then when you switch to front bar, you Incap if you get bursted at that very moment. Then you can still die. Because you can't block during the Incap. If you do Vamp Bolt, then you'd probably be tanky enough.
May I be of some?
Hey Paladin, how you doing? With the new Soldier, Vengeance threatening until 22nd. I'll probably play it a little bit. Edric instead of Earthen. I can do that on... do I have a Khajiit... No, I only have a Khajiit Necro and a DK. It's a bit of a problem. I'd have to drop the Restoring Light to do Adric. So you need to stack the crit damage. Way better than regular zero now, to be honest. Yeah, you don't RNG die in Vengeance. It's a bit more about just playing the game. Instead of having to build some cheesy Permablock set to not instantly die to uncounterable shit. Yeah, AoE cap should be removed, I agree. Kind of just banking stuff and we'll see what we need after everything settles. Because I think even with the dark magic, I think we need sustain. Lots of it. Could maybe do Living Death instead of Restoring Light though. That could be an option. Then I could do Adric. Adric and Assassination, for example. Too many ideas. Too little time. What do we bank? Could have basalt on the other DK. Uh-oh. We have a small problem. I can fix that. Need to make space for Ritz.
Beyonce. The short.
How much of a difference is Rune or Ritual against Mender and the mitigation you get from Mender? Or maybe we could run... oh, you have 2 slots, right? Be Mender for the armor buff, and then... instead of Ritual, you have Hexproof. It's easier on Magical, because you don't spend any magical cleansing. It should be more burst resistant. Maybe Living Death is not bad actually. Just play without armor buff. I don't know, worth thinking about. Okay, let's see, we need Vigor. Get Minor Berserk from that. Get some max stats too. Lots of cost reductions. This would be the death stance. Can level something up. So I'll have both. I'll do some Ritz so it levels. Polychannel focus, I think stam sustain is still gonna be fine. Even with even more blocking. Max sustain I worry about. Hey, gonna hide. Stem DK built on your website, good for update 47, yes. Played, I think it's the last one I played in BTs. Yeah, would be this one. Still works. No problem. do the... Wait, where are the alchemy ones? On the other character. So we do the provisioning ones then. Cypher chilling in my bank. I'm a collector of many things. I want there. Those have some items that no longer exist. Like this one. And this one. But this one's funny. I never got 3 pieces of this one though. But this one doesn't have a cooldown. When you deal damage, you have 5% chance to gain a damage shield. Unfortunately, there's no max level version of it. I only got 1 piece, I think, or maybe 2. But the weapons, they have special special enchants. Let me see if I can find it. Yes, Varkowatzer, thank you for the follow. Thank you. Don't ask. That is the shield. I have 2 pieces of this then. If only had 1 more. Giant spiders wizards, this is the swarm mother said. But this one was called Giant Spider, so I had to buy it. It was bugged. So these are the special weapons. I made this gold because I want to try to cheese with Toruks. But I found out that they have 10-second cooldown, not 4 seconds. So they kinda suck. I think I have it on one of the characters, the strongest one of the special weapons, this one. So this one has shock damage and absorb magicka. And I thought it would have been really funny with Toruks and infused and could have been actually viable, but 10-second cooldown kind of ruins that. If it had 4 seconds, that would be OP. With Toruks you have... they nerfed this. It used to be more on the restore magicka part. They might have nerfed that. Somehow. Okay, let's go level the sword on board. Only 1 XP scroll. Do you have any better ones? In bank, perhaps? Not in bank. Need to relog. Or I can use this one. I'll just use that one. I want to make like a negate stroke build. Could be funny. I tried negate stroke with I think it was with LA Explo. Didn't really work out that idea. It's with Darkon and Gerency. But I think there's probably something that does work with that concept. Just didn't test enough. Where am I going? Need to relog. We might actually be fine with Stem Glyph or Stem Rune, because I think a lot of the Mac Train, I can't see it anymore, was from blocking with the ice stuff. So for asking, does the 100% crit, 150% crit damage problem exist with all damage or only bow proc? Well, I wish it was only bow proc, but it's all damage. you'll instantly notice when you fight someone stacking crit damage. You can have like Relic in general, like all the pressure you can imagine. Fight someone with crit damage and you'll be on the defensive 24/7. Because you're doing half the damage they do. Stupid. It's absolutely stupid. It does, yeah. How do you make most of your money in ESO? When selling 1-day crafting scrolls is good. Wait, you can sell those? I have a lot of those. I think I never use them. I usually just do writs for money. Which I don't have a lot of, because I don't do enough writs. But, just doing this every day. I do it now actually. Since we're here. Need to chill a bit anyway. I'm still thinking of the what the build's gonna be. We could do one piece. There's gonna be one piece mod set left. We don't run mod set. Tempted to go magma, but maybe the idea is to go full damage. Just weapon spellmaster. We're already kind of committing to a little bit of sustain with the Asylum Sword and Bone. Since 3 with process for one day scroll, so for 700 gold. I mean, it could be a lot of money if you buy a lot of them. How many do I have?
Someone help!
I have 159, but they're bound. 7, 6, a couple of the other ones. I tried Nibene duels, but what use Javelin, the shield should be. It seems somewhat of a counter. 5% mitigation 1/3. The problem is that the knockdown Javelin doesn't broken. Unless I'm mistaken. Only the knockback one. Can I sleep in on Living Dog? Yeah, I know Living Dog gives you a lot of healing. It's a little bit broken too. But I'd have to be on a Templar for that. It's funny because it's really garbo in BGs and open world. But in duels everyone runs that. Same with Cinder. Just dueling things. I don't have a Kashyyyk Templar. But you could do Living Dog with Living Dead. So instead of Restoring Light, you do the Necro Wave cleansing. You'd have to build a little bit differently. I need to bank the wait, what do I need to bank? I need to use the wow. Okay, already getting tired. That's not a good sign. I didn't need to relog, right? I just need to use the other XP scroll and do the anti-Brits. Oh well. Back to DK. But the Living Dog also it helps against the burst because you heal when you take damage. So you can't get like bursted in between Vigor ticks, for example. Going back to RNG, just happens when you take damage. It's like having more effective health. Same with vines as well. I had a funny troll build idea where you would run vines and Living Dog. That could be hilarious. You won't have any damage though. Majestic beard. Well, thank you. Poop Salt, how you doing? Yeah, hello. Broken in every aspect of the game. Not as much in Nosipis or BGs, etc. Yeah, no, in BGs I've tried it. I tried it on Max Soak instead of Winter's Embrace. And it was terrible. There was a huge difference between doing a streak into Crystal Slab and streaking with Living Dog up. Your grandmother's broom. Well, your grandmother must have a... quite an interesting broom, by the sounds of it. Where do they sell those brooms? I want one. Is this worth crafting? I think it must be still, but... Oh! Except I cannot craft these, I'm stupid. Because we need the alchemy. Yeah, I need to bank the alchemy ones. So I don't have the recipes on this one. I'm not about to buy them. Wow. Gonna probably sell them. There's anyone buying the recipes still? Doesn't even sell them. Rip. Swedish? Nope. Close though. Finnish. Hey, what's Piag? How you doing? Good sets against 1vx against good small scale people. Good sets, you want Stormcalling, you want to have Streak. They probably want Rallying Cry. And enough sustain. It depends on what class and what kind of build. Wait, the bridge just disappeared. What the hell? Didn't I bank them? Maybe I didn't. Oh, I didn't. We need to bank the alchemy ones. I don't have a lot of them left, so I don't know if the sword and boat's gonna be leveled. Terve. Perkel, you know the important words. Dike. Was on sword with disdain, Jarl Master Dolt, almost killed one of them. Went with 35k temple line though, had to kill one. Yeah, I mean, if you're outnumbered then there's semi-decent. It'd be hard to get kills. I would be on Acuity Dike there. If your aim is to not survive but get kills, then Acuity Dike easy. And just one-shot them. And also Ball of Lightning as Stormcalling, so can kite them around. Build Koro and just nuke. What just play MacDK the way you usually do? I've done that in Aliker, it just doesn't work. If you don't get the Saturn rocks into whip, because of it being a little bit laggy or with just not going off in time, it gets dodged and people block and they heal up and you don't get a kill anymore. It's just too inconsistent, and also you have to spam Ball of Lightning and kite around because you cannot block on that build. You can't just block and heal. Doesn't have the tankiness for some reason, despite having the same as the previous DK I was playing. Just doesn't have the restoring light. Stop because for a mechanical equity. So what I like doing is this build. I think it's up. No, it's not updated on the command, but it's updated on the website. It's not Saxlil, it's Null Arca. So do Null Arca body, potentates back for cheaper Koro, Acuity front, and Monomate instead of the Mark and Ring. Yeah, Stormcalling is necessary, I think. Without Stormcalling, you'll just die all the time. It's not very fun. No problem. And Indy, how you doing? Looking magnificent as ever. Well, thank you. Gonna fight someone soon, hopefully. I need to sub a build. For that I need to level up the sword and board. There's something other than null, but it's not the same. Yeah, null gives you a lot of burst that you're gonna be missing otherwise. I think the best alternative is Saxlil, because you don't have to deal with the minor timidity on the back bar. It builds the Koro faster, but not quite the same damage. Probably do all of those after space.
What is it?
And I need to bank the provisionings. Right, so we don't have the space. It's the fastest way to level skills, by the way. For anyone wondering, just do the Ritz. F.
look ready to...
When BTS, no need to level skill lines at all. Yep, for the small price of insane lag. Just level up the frag too while doing this. Tinder's probably good to level the Dawnbreaker, why not?
May I be of service?
Okay, banker, fuck off.
The artisan arrived.
Hello there.
Level the morphs, I probably never use them. Would like to level up the other things though.
None of us...
Might as well level them though. Gonna respec at some point anyway. $31. Ping on BTS is on NA, somehow on BTS 2 ping feels close to 2k ping. I think the server quality on for BTS is a lot lower. I think the NA people also they have more ping issues on BTS. Or performance issues. Not necessarily ping. What's your strongest build on your website in BGs in your opinion? Hey, what's Foxy? Probably strongest build for BGs, maybe the Smack Decay? But really depends on the BG. The Stamplar can be really good as well, because of the group support. So if you get a good team, then maybe Stamplar. I think the Max Rock's really safe. You just wanna farm kills and not die. Actually the Beam Gunist is also good for that. Kinda depends, but maybe overall the DK is the most... Mac DK feels like the strongest one, or Stam DK. They're kinda close. Sometimes it feels like you can just kill anyone. No matter if they're in middle of their team, if you have a good team or bad team, just use Koro. You have the offensive window. You actually do something.
If...
Ooh, this might not be fully leveled. Move speed penalty. Kinda sucks. This one's kinda important. From skills, yeah, on the squishies. It's not bad. Farm skills without dying, I mean. Okay, ignore the average KD, that's for the previous builds. This is where I started playing the beam guns. I've died once on that character. With the old build wasn't doing as well. But this doesn't work anymore. This weapon called Cinderstorm and Immovable. Yes, it's gonna be kind of slow, but it's okay, we have range damage. Can be like a turret. But I can hardcast frags. And all it takes is one frag. Remove the 100% slowback with Cinder and Blast Bones yet. Is there one with Blast Bones? Wait, Cinder and Blast Bones. I don't know about that one. There's like Root Blast Bones or something. Oh, you mean Sea Serpent? Or what do you mean with Cinder? Blast Bones don't have a snare. Cinder's a very big snare though, 70%.
Prices have never been better.
You'll fill the bill nicely. Let's talk.
Can Storm and Blast Bones combine somehow roots people? Wait, really? I didn't know about that. It's new info to me. Wait, what else do we need? Scavenging? Scavenging Divine is nice, I have that.
Speak with
But
me a
someone's
moment.
abusing it in 1v1 against you. Why am I not surprised? 1v1s are so fucking cringe. So we're gonna be even cringier.
No charge to have a look.
Like if there's something broken, something not working as intended, you bet people will be using that in 1v1s. I'd be more surprised if they weren't. Get crit hit from behind or sized by an NPC, you get a pretty big snare. Apparently Blast Bones counts for that. Oh, I see. And it's like a PV snare, so it does the full snare with Cinder. I see. What ping do you get in ESO? Usually like below 100. 70, 80, something like that. Wait, I already forgot which character was I supposed to log on. Dorius Hayden. What is your favorite build in PvP? Zero such duels. Really, we're trying to work on the dueling part, but for open world, probably really depends on the situation. But probably the MacDK or Maxog, just from like overall performance. Maxog in Zero Duel in particular. But I think what's the most fun to play would be my Stamblade. Would be the melee Stamblade, so that's my main. Is it like the strongest build in existence? It's really good, but it's not as good as the MacDK, I think. So we need to bank these. These are on Stam Decay. So that's gonna be scavenging. Wait, no, we don't need to bank these. It's gonna be Saxley, sword and board. Or not Saxley, sword and board. And it's to be Saxley front bar. I need to change that on the editor. Ah, but then how do I proc the scavenging then? No, this is not doable. Not the Asylum Sword and Board at least. Fuck. So I have to do it with Saxley and some more set then. But what more set do we run? None of this is good for damage. Or not on the Belfer plane. And I have to do BGs to get the sword on board, so I'll just go for a 4v4 or 8v8. Doesn't really matter which one, I think.
The Ivory Brigade has
Or it kinda
need of you.
does because there's a fucking domination weekend. Ugh.
Bless my eyes. If it isn't
The things I do for transmutes. And I need to make scavenging axes. The total transmute cost is gonna be around 120. Something like that. Was thinking of Northern Storm instead of Coron. Did Winter's Embrace, because that's 18% more damage. Kinda like Boproc. Deathmatch. The testing will be this instead of all this farming. I could test the numbers on BTS, see if the frag proc still hits hard, but yeah, you can do like actual duels on BTS. You can test numbers and find out how to break things, but let's see, I don't know anyone here. Be a fast busy, hopefully. I think 4v4s are more fun at the moment. Just the domination beacon. We have 500 paylock. Bass boy incoming. Let's go for it here, I guess. Pass. You're next. Pass the bass. Pass. 80 minions. Wait, I know this guild tag. I remember you guys. Pass. One guy is sitting in spawn. not 3v4. Wow. Balanced. Okay, what about Assassination, Winter's Embrace on a Warden with what would be the last skill line? Maybe just Adric for the crit damage. Then you do ambush into compensate into ambush. You get a guaranteed CC, or more or less guaranteed, with a delay, so you can land the ball proc unblocked. In theory. You could do that with the Rush of Agony too, so we get closer. And a ball. It's not playing Restoring Light. Yeah, it would be a lot squishier, but you get some tankage from Winters as well. So I think you'd do probably Essence back still. It would still be a block build. But it has the problem of like not always surviving. So you can Permablock on that, right? Or maybe do Sword and Board back still with Death Stance. That could work. I would need a Kashyyyk Warden though. Which I don't have. Oh wait, no I don't. Oh yes I do, because the Class Scream. Never mind. Okay, Mango Queen 666, please jump down. Don't waste our time. No heals. Thank you. Plus 35 transmutes, I think. Yep, some reasonably some items.
You there. The Ivory Brigade has need of you.
I wonder if this sells. Probably not for a lot. It's gonna vendor. Also, what happens if you just put more points into health? On any of these builds? Is there some unwritten rule that you need to have 30k health? In a 1v1, I think even with Koro you can go higher. Always reduce your damage. Oh, from the Oblivion dots and stuff? Makes you more vulnerable to burst though. So what if you did just... Oh, you mean going on max health? But it's not a lot of... not a lot of damage lost. 15.6. So 14.8 to 15.6. But you gain 6k more health. Less stam, yeah, but I think stam was fine. It's not fine, it's down from 100%. Because I'd like to test the dueling builds, not the BGs, but we don't have the transmutes to make the other idea. Or I just do BGs and get the transmutes. 2 options. Someone with 50k HP chance you to a duel, you're declining. Thing with those builds is that I don't think any of them can kill you.
You there. The Ivory Brigade.
Although I almost hit with the beam canist. Because there's no good pressure builds. The only thing you can play is pressure normally. But you could have like 36k. And still have good damage, I think. But to kill me really hard, yeah, I noticed. If it was possible to have a build like that, with really good survivability, but you could also kill people, now that would be the standard for dueling builds. So focus on search, could be. I have to watch somewhere, but I have to do some searching. Oblivion damage, I tried that. Tickles people. I don't think it's a good build. It's kind of like playing a verse pass build. In terms of the amount of pressure you have. In case people haven't somehow still die. Yep. Another reason for the max health would be if I did the Winter's Embrace, then Bolavin would be an option. But maybe not with 36. Would have to be more. I'm not gonna get the transmutes today though. Even if I have to do like how many BGs? Like 8 BGs or something. We can do a couple. Also, I just tested some BTS. Wanna help test the damage here, and I want to make sure that I'm not farming for something that's gonna be like half the damage for some obscure reason. So I'll just set it up on BTS. Also, I'll be right back while logging in. And we're back. Oops. On the bright side, it's definitely one of these builds that is probably gonna wind up in the dueling build. Just gotta find the right one. The concept is working. Just not min-maxed yet. Yeah, this is upon PTS yet. So I have to buy the respec. We changed the assassination to dark magic. Oh, wait, this is a night blade. It's not a decay. Oops. Yeah, there's no solution to that one. To make a new character. Well, that sucks. I have a warden. But we're not gonna use warden for this one. Sheet, make it a decay, I guess. Could test more builds on Templar, maybe Templar. Don't use class script or any class. Then. Never can be Ardent Flame. I still have Agony Warning on BTS. This one doesn't work anymore. But there is a private add-on that does work. Which is very cringe. It kinda works. It works differently. Also gives you a lot of false warnings. Which I think less necessary now with the change they made to Rose of Agony. Okay. So now just the gear and subclassing. And let's not forget the traits and enchants this time.
You are the Noshira. Noble traveler. I'm glad you have found me.
I don't know why they give you some random purple rest gear. Like, who wants to test that? What if you did... What if you did a build with jabs? Instead of the dark magic, this would be Adric Spear. And you just javelin jab with the... Or you could do Crescent. Ooh, wait, I have a different idea now. Ah, but there's no reason for Koro then. I was thinking of the AoE, or the ulti. Because that one gets buffed by not just Conti, but also Varens, I think. Could run Varens on the back bar, use Permablock and switch the front, ult hits for 50k, or something like that. If that's getting giga-buffed by everything. It'd be funny. I can still have the skills. I need to buff Molten Armaments. Like, no one uses that anymore. Wait, I don't think I had that. I was supposed to use the different bots. Yeah, because there's no crit buff either. Koro, this can be Burst Hill, this can be Vamp Spam, this can be Conti. You can also test this scavenging damage. That should also hit really hard. Gives you like another win con outside of the Bobrock. Hey Lala, how you doing? Is it going coach? Happy with your builds so far for dueling? No. But I'm on the right track, I think. I like the Oro idea, like this was really tanky until you get one shot. So that part I like. The damage, burst damage is good, but it's not min-maxed. We can avoid getting one shot if we have sword on board and death stance, I think. So some ideas to at least like fix the build potentially. Testing those on PTS at the moment if we still have the damage after that, basically. This kind of damage could also be some damage set, but the only thing I could think of was Order Svat, and yes, you gain a little bit of crit damage from it, you gain a lot of crit sense. Or a little bit of crit sense. But this kind of damage is 21k tool burst, which is almost the same as the frag that we're trying to make one shot, so I think it's probably gonna be more useful overall. What is Null Arc? It takes too long to proc. You're on the back bar most of the time. And you need to get the crits, and then you need to line up the Null Arca proc with the bow proc or Satin Rocks. It's a bit clunky, I think. This kind of device is very easy to line up. You see it proc, you click Satin Rocks. And that's all you need to do. Keep blind as more set for now. I cannot think of what to run there. Gamble that you get Koro crit. Yeah, it is, but if you do get that crit, then very good chance that you get a kill, right? It's always gambling, no matter what build you make. You gamble that you crit, you gamble that you land all of your procs at the same time. It's always gamba. It's just the best gamba, I think, if you do Scam Demise. This is why I like pressure builds, by the way, because they're less around RNG. It's just going through the through weaving and proper rotation CC of them. But they're not viable, which sucks. Gambling with your build is that people want to tank him. Yeah, but very often they are, right? And there's people who are too tanky and they can one-shot you. So it's a bit of an unfair fight. With so much lower skill cap too easy to play. I don't think that's the case. What skill is there to one-shotting someone? Because oh you managed to crit your bow proc, or you landed something at the millisecond someone's not poking, which is complete RNG. If you like go for a light weave, you drop block for 10 milliseconds and bow proc lands, you can't tell me that someone planned that to happen. It just happened to land by chance. This pressure build is a lot more about managing resources properly. But if you play a pressure build right now against a full crit damage build, you are getting out pressured because the crit damage build just does more damage, like 50% more damage, and it's in burst format. But even if it wasn't in burst format, it would be 50% more. To play burst builds, that's what we're doing. That's what we've been doing today. I want to make a burst build that's also unkillable. So that makes it a bit more complex, but we do have an idea for that. So otherwise, like, if you play burst build against burst build, then it's an RNG fiesta. And I want to remove the RNG by not being CCable and holding block. Oh, it's actually seasonal. I'm doing that until you get Koro. And then you try the one shot, and if you get your RNG right, you get the kill. That's the plan. It's a lot more about just making the strongest build than it is about any skill at the moment, because I'm not gonna go and pretend that one-shotting people with a bow proc is skill. If the build works. I mean, it did work offensively when we were testing it, but it wasn't min-maxed either. But I'm not gonna pretend it's like skillful or anything. And it's definitely not skillful if you can play a build that can just hold block and never die. Even less skillful, actually. But it's more effective, and I think the skill part comes in from coming up with the best build. Bow builds, I mean bow proc builds, it's 30k if you land it. It will, once you give it enough repetitions, you will land the bow, and that person will get one shot. There's nothing you can, like, anyone can do about that. He's broken Relican, what is an ice master, is super skillful. No, but you need to keep doing that, you need to keep pressuring. You need to keep playing the game. Not like hoping to land some crit the moment your opponent's not blocking. 100% easier to play than burst. I don't think what I played earlier was particularly difficult to play. You're just holding block and CCing and waiting for the Koro. Then you hold block, you get your riposte, you click bow proc. It's not rocket science. But I guess what is difficult to play is always subjective, right? Extended ritual on this? Yes. Take that back. Counting Kjellner, pressing Javelin is more skill. You just have to do it enough until they all crit. There's nothing your opponent can do about it. Except also play a burst build that has similar burst, and then it's also RNG. They also do the same thing. It's boring. Pressing until opponents run out of sustain. Yeah, if you run out of sustain, then your opponent outplayed you, or they had a better build. That's how it's always been in the past. This whole burst meta is more new to Dueling than the pressure meta used to be. Like, I had a lot of fun playing the old Master Duel Waters and Ice Sork with like Vampult on the back bar. I think it was Maras on the body a couple of years ago. Like, that was fun. I think that was you just outplayed your opponent, no RNG involved back then. It was very simple, like people saw what you were doing so they could copy it. There wasn't any esoteric secrets or things that are not working as they should and people abusing those. No, it's just normal builds. You can also try the knockback while we're at it. Passive 5.5k DPS. I don't think anyone has passive 5.5k DPS. Like, I can proc all of the stage effects. Maybe with crit damage I can. Maybe then you have with with a dot build as well, but I think there's still gonna be ways to out-heal then. Currently. 3 times on 4 stacks of Hjalnar. Oh, so they can always have stamina to dodge on it? Nah, they're gonna be out of stam at one point. They won't have stam to dodge the javelin. Especially if they're blocking all of the damage. Which you need to do, to be holding block 24/7. Subjective, clearly struggle to line up bursts. Do I? I don't think I do. I think the build is just not there. So I lined up a riposte, contingency bow proc, that instead of doing 30k did 20k. If it was 30k it was just one shot. I lose most times because I don't have a proper build in the... It's more brain activity than dot builds. I don't think it does. It's just RNG if you land it or not. It's literally just RNG. Like, oh, I went for a light attack and there's a bow at the exact same moment. Wow, must be skill. Must be skill. Free GCD item, does 10k plus TPS. Yeah, like that thing was doing more damage than my bow proc. I'm gonna show you the tooltip here. So I'm clearly missing something, but it's okay. To be probably best theory crafter in this game, so I can figure things out. No problem. Can do it on my own. I can get guaranteed vulnerability from this. Should be good. Banner exploit meta, need to fix that crap. Didn't they fix it, or is it still broken somehow? I haven't seen anyone with the buff at least. But yeah, there was like half the bulk group player base was abusing that in previous patch. And half the people in Alikir too. You'd go to Alikir and you'd see people without the banner visible, but with the banner buff in the buff tracker, thinking they're being sneaky. Hilarious. I have to take this game seriously sometimes. Let's rock is what is on disdain Star Venom. Press LSS, go front bar, proc Star Venom, instantly have 5.5k DPS with just 2 buttons. Yeah. And now it's a burst meta. But that was more about having the right build than RNG. Now if you have like 2 burst builds fighting each other, it's all about RNG. Whereas with the dot pressure, if you had 2 people with the same build, it would be about who managed their resources better. Who handled the whole fight better than the other person. Or it would be a stalemate. That's a much more healthy than insta-dying from 100% without anything you can do about it. Or because unlucky. Oh wait, that needs to be vamp spam. But as I always say, where there's a problem, there's a solution. Okay, just need to change the weapon glyphs. You try to have poison here. You can proc poison with the... I can block it with the cutting defense. That should be good. Although we already have minor quality. I could have CC with it though. It could be good. No Shockcliff because I wanna try this thing at some point. Shock was easy, just got one-shot by good players. The Virus Shock in previous patch? No, that didn't get one-shot. That Hardened Ward and 40k armor. And 30k helm. Probably one of the tankiest things you could find. That's why it was so good. I think builds that can get one-shot, they either one-shot others, so it's just RNG fight, or you build it so that you can never get one-shot. You try to one-shot others, or you can never get killed. Only two options. Weak players. I would, based on what I witnessed, I would probably say so. Or they were like new to the build and just didn't know how to play. Or didn't have the right build. So try some weird shit on the same concept. Okay, I think I have, except CPs, almost done. Have to do these templates. To the resistance with effective 40k HP flare front bottom. Yep. It's a good build. Ooh, wait, there's I need to test this as well. I wonder if cutting defense can proc riposte. I think it's direct damage. Hopefully it doesn't, because that kinda messes things up. One way to find out. One month, 14 hours. Well, thank you for watching the streams. You have the damage to kills. They definitely did have damage. with Disdain and Max Magica. Wait, if we're already gonna be slow... Can't I just do Bracing Anchor? And Shooting Shell if we're permablocking? Technically you could do this too. And Survival Instincts and... Insubits. Kinda need to sustain though. I don't think there's that many attacks to block really if you're fighting one person. I think you do this one. Not sure about the block mitigation, it could be the... could be this one as well, I think this one's underrated. Okay. Well, indicated 9 to 10k. I wonder where those builds are now. But this depends on what you're fighting. I think, because if you fight the crit damage builds you can't be offensive. Because they just have more damage. But if you can pass on someone then you can get 9 to 10k. I guess. Lowest 10 to 15 seconds. Yeah. I wasn't too impressed by Pyrella. I did try it without crit damage though. It wasn't 7 Divines and Shadow Modus. Because you can't crit Relican or Pyrebrand. So it kinda doesn't make sense, right? Okay. Do we have... everything? I think we do. So I'll just do the same thing. Except this time I don't need to proc the Essence Thief. Or, wait, I don't have off balance either. Oh well. I'm gonna proc Koro here. Gotta attack me. I gotta also proc the frag. There we go. Wait, 5k? Hold on, let me reset that. I didn't have to repost, but... There's no OB. Tosa, did you try your build with crystal frags? A similar tooltip to Bobo. Just a little bit less. 13.3. Oh, it's actually same tooltip here on the unmorphed one. Oh, I need to proc the frag again. Hold on. Okay, it's procced. Can attack me. No crit. But that's already feeling not too great. 7.5k. What am I missing? Again. Under 40% crit damage. It's the same as the previous build, but without the assassination. that's a frag book. Yeah, I'm gonna Koro here. 15.7. That's a lot less than 30k. Without Conti though. Let me try with Conti. Oh, also there was some more proc earlier. 11k crit. It's nothing too special. Upper lines mainly, after I've got stopped even to play the duels. I see, I see. Need to request the pot in a moment. Yep. Attack again. 9.4 non-crit. So not sure how I feel about the knockback. Technically you could not translate in rocks. And then you probably don't want to run Earthen Heart. But maybe I need to do some like order sweat to get the crit sense on this. Block the frag, there we go. 17k. That's half the damage that we would do with the bolt rock. I have everything else the same, right? Divines, Triclips, Incense, check. Oh, wait, no I don't. Oops. Well, this should be magical now, I think. Or does it matter? It does matter. Just a little bit. Is that food? We have bevits, yeah. I have a lot of Sidon. Squeeze every little bit of damage we can. Which class is easier now for a newbie? Starting from questing PV, later want to try PvP solo gank. Sork. On Sork you pretty much always want Ball of Lightning on any good ganker. With Rally, I think so. Okay. Some non-crit. I think it's definitely not enough. I'll sort the Nightblade after this. Far from enough. Because the Nightblade was doing 30k. Slightly different gear, but I need to get a crit here. I was missing Minor Berserk, didn't cast the... Oops. Okay, we do have the crack book there. There we go. 17k again. I don't know about that. That was with scavenging too, right? I think that was another burst. Wasn't enough to kill you. Yeah, like this wasn't enough, even. With 2 crits, high roll. Or you could just do 1 bow proc, right? So this is not gonna work damage-wise. Why do you get that much damage from 10% crit damage? I don't get it. Like the numbers just don't line up. At all. It's the Nightblade. Same thing but more mini games. I remember the mini games. The back, Essence front. Oh, I didn't build the bubble. F. Reset. Okay, actual fight is always built up, but... Stacks, 4 stacks, 6 stacks. Put the essence there. 23k. Wait, did you have major protection in the previous test? Were you on the major or minor prot bar? Because I think 30k was on the front bar. Book of balance? Yeah, it doesn't show it. On PTS I don't have the tracker, but there's the swirly thing. Okay, so that is 23k. If you have everything up, it's 23k. With contingency. It's not really enough though, is it? I think it should be more than that. How did I get the 30k earlier? It's weird. I think finance repost focus mending. Oh. I don't have the CPU. Keep cleansing revival, I guess. Or we can remove that too. Have deadly aim? Oh, no, we do. See how much of a difference that makes. Is the essence 26, but I think I messed it up. With this more damage immediately. I might not have had the trackers here. Valley. Oh, I didn't have to. Fuck's sake. Forgot the bow. Need to do some ice heavies at the start, I guess. I bet Templar more damage than Goron. Wait, you mean with us, with animal companions? I think you get more damage from Inga, but you're also vulnerable. Time to make a build that doesn't die. As well. It's not a lot more damage. Don't increase damage though. No, but I didn't have the like one bow to cast there. Do the heavies for them. Okay, go for it now. Non-crit. No RNG. Rock the rally running out. There we go. Stacks. $27k. That's more like it. That's more damage than the Scam Demise and the Track combined earlier. With one bow proc. Yeah, I could have LSS too. You won't have space for it, I think, on a normal build. Or maybe you won't. Burst heal here. Could skip Ignos to weapon spell spots. Yeah, there would be space, I think. And by the way, that's another minigame, because you need to be sure that during this window, during this 4-second window, you have the LSS active. So there's 3.5 seconds where you don't have the debuffs. It's even more RNG. We just keep adding more and more dice rolls to the build, basically. More impen as well. Oof. I didn't get the stacks, I forgot. Okay, going for the combo now. Just LSS. Non-crit, no RNG. I think it doesn't line up with the LSS either. I did have the idea of, if it's possible to survive without Koro, you could also do this with Winter's Embrace and Northern Storm. You get 18% damage from that. It's also really good. And it's unblockable damage, unless they change something. You can test that too. This block is a big issue. And then you do Baylog, as Mosh said. Wait, I'm just gonna wait for the... I can go for it. God damn it. Why always non-crit? I spawn Nipet Denplar. I don't think I tested that, or did I? Oh no, yeah, I did test that. That was 30k, I think. Just have the thing saved somewhere. Or not cleanse. Yeah, no cleanse on the LSS, please. Hey, we shouldn't go for that. I was thinking of Cloak. Think of Cloak, and you'd get through ability like that. You just run around invis in duels, do a heavy attack, back to Cloak, but the max sustain might be rough. Then when you have Koro, you don't have to do Cloak anymore to survive. Would be one idea. Okay, gonna wait out the Berserker cliff there. Yeah, we can go for it here. Oh, oops. I don't think you landed the riposte there. 27. Not sure if I had riposte. Guess the LSS again makes way more... makes you take way more damage from the brittle and vulnerability. Oh, hit a bash. Okay, but only 27. Earlier it was 29, right? There's way more damage than the Crack will ever be. before Merciless. Oh, I see. So no mistakes then. You can also check how much of a difference the gear makes. So I can have the same setup as on the sword and board backbar one. Okay, gonna go for it here. Non-crit again. Yeah, I think if you did Assassination Shadow, you could still you could still drop the Siphoning. I think you could do that with Adric maybe, if you can use the Invis. You need to have Restore and Light then. Backpower Weapon buff when you do bow. Yeah, but it can run out. Nothing I can do about that if it does. That's what I mean, it's just RNG. Because I need to have the LSS, the backpower weapon cliff. I need to have the Essence Thief land in a good spot. It's a lot of things that need to line up. And you need to crit. You need to crit the actual Merciless. That's why if you play a build like this, it should also be unkillable. I'm gonna do the thing here. Actually no, I'm gonna wait the Berserker. Okay, now we can do it. It's gonna run out though, I bet. 2 seconds. No crit. Doesn't matter. I think the riposte one is easy. So you're not really spending that anywhere. A tracker for it as well. I think it's the most important one. We can start with the surprise stack. Yeah. I'll wait the rallying cry here. That one also needs to be lined up. Oh, no essence. Okay, just didn't raise the light deck. Just gonna wait again. Yeah, I should have everything. No crit. I think some things ran out there as well. Oh, no OB. You see what I mean by RNG here, right? Add that in an actual duel, where your opponent is also blocking, and you need to land it when they're not blocking. Or when they're not dodge-rolling. It's a lot of RNG. Okay, go for it again here. 26k, I was missing the... Was I missing the weapon spell damage? No way. Finally we got a crit. Or maybe it was active still. What if I try the simpler version of this? Without the minigame? So the same build as on the previous character. Okay, without the essence, the rallying cry here is about to run out. Poro, drop that. Eponymous Cliff. Conti. No crit. But it was about the same damage anyway. It's always 14k-ish, non-crit. Everything's up. 13.7. Okay, we can pop Poro here. Oh wait, is the essence tip there? I hope I got the essence tip. No crit. No, I didn't get the essence. Steam Proctor. Gonna wait out the rallying cry just in case. I want it to run out. Okay, excellent. I need to wait out the weaponized cliff. I procced it by accident there. Yeah, now I can go for it, I think. Okay, I don't know what was missing there. Maybe the riposte. 22k, it's less than before. No riposte, I see. But I had to do Bowproc immediately there. So if I don't do it immediately, then my other stuff is gonna run out. And that's entirely up to your opponent in an actual duel. Because sometimes they might be dodge rolling, they might be rolling block, so you don't get the riposte. You don't get the other 5-second timers. Once someone is getting to try that gameplay, it's just unrealistic. Okay, I'll go for it again here. Oh, I didn't get the essence, right? Did a light attack, but it didn't proc. What? Or am I imagining? Oh, it didn't raise the light attack. Great. Amazing. 2 light attacks. I don't have time for 2 light attacks. I have time for 1 light attack into switch to LSS. There's no time. Poro's gonna run out. Rallying Cry's gonna run out. That's the bomb. Can I just in case wait out the rallying? Okay, we have rallying. Now we can Koro. Proc that. Attack LSS. Continue. And bow. And it's 14k again. I don't know. Need to crit it as well. It's 30.7 here, so we probably landed it properly. Because it was for sure properly here. Or maybe something ran out right before. And we have 0 control over that. It's literally just roll the dice until you get the crit. Okay. $27. I think something might have run out right before. I don't know at this point. I'm gonna test the if I change the gear and we do what I did on the previous character, but with assassination instead. So we have the jump OB. Wait, how did I not get OB? But it should be plus 10%, right? So it should be 29. Did I get 29 earlier? I guess not. From behind, I thought I was. Maybe what happened was that you turned, and because of the positional desync, it showed it late. But I'm gonna try the previous one. Got 30k. Yeah. I just want to see if the problem is the class, the skill lines, or an crystal frag, or if the problem is the gear. Wait, what did I have? I had Suxleel and Scavenger Mice. Scavenger Mice could be some stat set, but we'll just do the same as on the previous. Didn't test in too much. I'm getting stupid ideas. I was thinking, what if you tried beam with all of the crit damage and Goro? Or if you could just melt someone, if they try to block, it would still be a lot of damage, right? Beam, yes, and Herald instead of assassination or dark magic. Stupid ideas kind of whole thing sometimes. Is they getting interrupted? Not if you have Restoring Light and the block passive available. Not in that case. Someone might try to block it, bash it, but that would backfire. Stunned? Okay, what if you have CC Mildew? What if you ran something like Immovable or a Death Stance? Gonna change the CP as well to reflect what I had previously. I think it was the same except oh wait, let's not change the CPs. Let's just change the gear for starters. Dodge it easily. It's not dodgeable, but it is very annoying to land the beam. But given all of the annoyance of trying to land this bow proc, isn't it kind of the same as trying to land the beam when you think about it? You get crit damage from lots of crit damage from Herald as well. Weapon spell damage as well. Wait, did I not oh, I guess I didn't change them. The reason I'm thinking of the beam at all is because the idea I have for Permablock would be very slow. So you probably can't catch up to people if they try to outrange you. Can't outrange the bow proc, but it would be nice to follow up the bow proc with a Shattering Rocks. Still a good amount of damage through the block, I think. But yeah, I don't know. Another thing to test, I guess. I think I tried something similar on BTS, but it was without stacking crit damage. It was some BG build. Wait, what am I doing? Yeah, it was Tricliffs with the other build. We'll change them. I would also run Tricliffs on any build, really. Black bar doesn't matter too much, but just for consistency. And this should be magic attributes now. Wait, should it? What am I missing? Oh, it should, because on the front bar we have more stam, which is where we have our... or more magical, because that's where we have our damage. Max stam times 2 on the 4 and 5. So what are you doing? Okay, this was a lot easier to test. You kind of want to get hit anyway for the riposte. The seasonal makes sense. So I have to proc rallying. Just getting combat here. And I think I can already use bow proc. 13k. It's the same damage almost. So the issue was the dark magic. I can test the. I even dropped the max stam, so we would have a little bit more damage, I think. We have the major force still. It's without weapon spell mask lift. Sword and board. Oh, I didn't stack the... Oh, okay, well, how much was the scavenging there? I need to reset that. $14k. Ouch. And if you have Saturn rocks, you can guarantee plant that. Okay. 27.5. Yeah, I think I prefer this one. No fucking mini games. We have sword and board back bar. Plus we have scavenging more, so if I had a stat set on the front, we would hit harder with this build compared to the previous one. So if I see the previous one here, this ice stuff, 22, 27, still with the ice stuff, 27.2 after lots of effort and trying. And here we get instantly 27, plus 14k scavenging. So the idea is that you can proc the bow, and then if scavenging procs right after, you set then rocks, and scavenging bow is gonna finish the job. Now the problem is the can you permablock? Can you permablock without dark magic? We just restore in line. That I'm not sure about. It's gonna be a lot squishier without really. But it doesn't matter if you can block. If you can just keep blocking, it's no problem. I didn't... fuck save. Didn't proc the thing again. Getting a bit tired. Okay, 10 stacks just in case. $25? I think I was without riposte trying. Or maybe it was with riposte. So earlier I had the minor vuln from scavenging as well. Um, 27. I wasn't blocking here. Oh, wait, that's my damage. Received damage. Hits to block with pass. So I did have riposte there. So we got 10% damage difference from minor vulnerability. That's crazy. It should be 5%, but I know things calculate multiplicatively with vulnerability. So it went from 25 to 27.5. How does this make any fucking sense? Yeah, it was with riposte. Like, this is both the same. Check the stats here. 7k and 7k. Crit damage 150, 150. But the difference is that scavenging more proc before the bow, right? But the only difference is minor vulnerability, which is increased damage taken by 5%. But from 25k to 27.5k, that's 10%. That's not 5%. If it was multiplicative, it should be like 7.5 or something like that. I think when you get to really high damage numbers, the game just breaks. It just has a meltdown. Every calculation just gets completely fucked up. But we can test it again, just so it wasn't something weird. But I need to set this up on live with the Saxleel and Sisnell. I highly prefer this. I need to build the bow again. It's uncontrolled, thankfully it was fine. Thank you. Much appreciated. Okay, I'm gonna just do this in this order this time. No crit. But it's the same damage as with the Essence build. It's funny. And this could be Essence still. This could be Essence instead of Scandemize. Just gonna have to see how the sustain feels like. And if there's any gimmicks I can have for sustain. Next thing to test out. No crit again. There's still the crit RNG. At least this one is 20 times faster to set up and test. With the scavenging. Minor Berserk with scavenging awesome. Minor Vuln. Minor Vuln. Minor Berserk we don't have at the moment. I mean, we could have it with something like Commander, but we did have it with the Dark Magic. Let me test the Dark Magic again. Maybe the previous character was missing something. Oh wait, can I test it on this one? I can, right? We lose 10% crit damage. We gain some max stats. And the only difference is gonna be the proc that we use. Dark Magic would solve the sustain issue. Or potential sustain issue. Oh wait, no, this is the Nightblade character, right? Divines, Triclips, Infused, Nern Charged, Indecisive Sturdy, Max Magicka, Shadow Bewitched, Deadly Exploiter Riposte, Fighting Finesse. Exploiter, you can't use that with the Dark Magic, but stuff cutting defense there. Or we can replace it with the Damas one. We could do Mastered Arms instead. It's 4% less damage. Move cutting. Yeah, in an actual duel you would want cutting though, with sword and board back bar. Because you're holding block on sword and board. You'd always want to be blocking the poison by just doing that. But it might mess up the riposte. I don't know how that works exactly. If you get riposte on cutting defense. Bow with Incap debuff? We can try that too. I do have Paylog. So wait, you would run Incap back bar. It's weird. Guess just double bar it. Going for 40k. No, you don't use it for damage. Use it for the blocking the poison. You're never gonna block it otherwise. Okay, so we can block that. Oh, I didn't have the boss. Why do I keep forgetting? You would think I learn at some point, but no, I keep forgetting that. Wait, I need a way to proc. Oh, I have it with the. Never mind. Like minor brutality again. Okay, so we do that. Into that. Into riposte for 22k. We get more damage with Koro, by the way, than Inga. Just saying. So I wasn't missing anything there. 27, 22, but I can test it again. Might have cleansed something? Oh. I don't have any debuffs though, besides this scavenging. How? Oh wait, no, I don't have essence. What am I doing? Need to wait the off balance. I'm stupid. That's the off balance immunity. I have a tracker for that too. Let's probably make the tracker a little bit bigger and next to health bar. Did I lose the bow? How? I hate this. I actually hate this. It's another reason why I would like to run dark magic. Just way less annoying. This happens in open world a lot where you just lose the stacks because you drop out of combat for 1 second. Okay, to OP. $10.5. That's also less than Koro. I'm not sure if I had the OP there. And I still have the... I could still have the... I didn't change to dark magic yet, so I could have the exploiter instead of the... Mustard arms. Just add that one. Missed the pass somehow. It's weird. Like I'm missing. I don't get light axe, for example. I click light axe, I see the animation, but there's no damage. That's piteous things, I think. Yeah. $21.9. I was missing nothing there. 100% had everything. So Koro is always more damage than Ingap. It's quite a lot more damage too, which makes it even weirder that I do less damage with Koro up with some of the bow procs. But maybe it's gonna work better with this build because there's less mini games. If you look at the earlier tests, on average this is also less damage. Like 14k, 13, 13, 13. There's too many mini games. Here I think I did have everything. Also, we can test the dark magic. I don't need to change the assassination. I can just check if the frag does a lot less damage than bow proc. Like how much the difference is. I think that could be interesting. Gonna have 10% crit damage that I wouldn't normally have. She would normally replace assassination, not restore in light. But or could you run dark magic instead of restore and light if you just permablock? No, probably not, right? So you kind of need to cleanse. No, that's stupid. And also no armor buff, but you do have Koro. It's an argument to be made for that, but... Wait, let's make it look like a bow proc. Am I missing anything? I'm missing the minor berserk that you can. Need to proc in. this game. Give me a frag proc. There we go. Okay. It's not that much less damage. It's a 22k frag. But it's not 27k. I don't know. That's with the scavenging too. But scavenging and bow was 27.5. Or 27.3. Scavenging plus frag was 22. It doesn't show the overkill damage. But we do have more crit damage than we should. So you won't have the... Yeah, and you'd have to drop the assassination for the dark magic. So you'd lose the 10% crit damage. I don't know. I can try to make this work with Restoring Light, of course. Just need to find a way to permablock without sturdy. One of the sets could be dropped. Maybe the Scam and the Mice could be something else. It's really nice though, I think, if you proc this and Satain Rocks. I was gonna be missing the essence stem sustain. The thing with essence is that you don't wanna switch the front, so you have to drop the block and pocket. You wanna just permablock and never be burstable. Why the Dark Tail is so good with Restoring Light. I mean, we can test this if I can sustain Bokken. If you're on an actual build, it can parse. It is BTS though. BTS is always a bit easier, I think, to... Or it's a bit skewed results because of the performance. It's either easier or harder to survive. Just depends on who's lagging. There's also more block mitigation. Be healing Ocean Vitality. Why am I typing it there? Too much testing. Way too much testing. So wait, I have one space here. What's the idea? Oh, Satin Rocks, of course. You do get stam sustain there. I get stam sustain from the Restoring Focus. And we could have stam sustain from the poison, or just CC immunity. But I still think you wanna keep Pokken. So maybe stem sustainers rely on the def stance to deal with Javelin. If you never want to use the incap, because you want to Koro, then shouldn't it be Dawnbreaker for bigger burst? So either that or the crit sense. Or it could be... actually no, Soul Harvest doesn't make a difference in duels. And try Dawnbreaker. The plus 3%. Can you use tripods on this? There's no rally and no major prod, but we can hopefully use permanently block. We can build the ulti faster. See how this works, I guess. Wait, I need the poisons, right? The best poison we can do. I think the Unstoppable is also nice because of the root. Kinda disrupts offense a lot too. Which turns into stem sustain. So maybe it needs to be escapist poison. Checking the options. Drain stem would be 5.5 seconds of 238 per second. So I get like what? 1k stem per poison proc? No, I think we do Unstoppable. Has to be better. That needs to be McCliff. Need to have a tracker for the poison as well. I do have an add-on for that. I used it on one of my characters. Okay, let's see if I can survive. I'll just no, I was thinking if you... Are you an actual character with the actual build? So I could try if I can survive. If I can block in particular. Sustain blocking forever. Not sure if I can. Kinda? No, runs out of stam eventually. The idea with the dark magic is that I could just I'll pop Koro there, but let's see if I can build the next Koro before running out. Need to also cast the idea, like realistically you'd also need to cast the depth stance every 6 seconds or so. That would be Javelin, right? Oh wait, I can spam igneous weapons to get stamina back. Is there anything cheaper in... I don't think there is. Yeah, run out of stamp before I can get Koroa. If I was to use Permablock. So you don't want to ever be burstable. Also I was missing Cinder. Do we have space for Cinder anymore? We drop Conti. Ay. It's not on the dueling build either. Yeah, I notice. How the fuck do you make this just Permablock? I think sturdy does almost nothing. You need some slam while blocking. The Dark Deal is the only thing I can think of. Block cost 1500. So you don't want to give up the glyphs either. But technically if you fight Javelin you wouldn't be getting CC'd. So there would be less on the CC break. Block 500 per second. So what base regen is here. 3 break freeze, that's 15k. 15k stem. And the death stance is kinda expensive too. What to do? Okay, I could try one more thing. So I kinda wanna test the beam thing. Oh, also, I didn't change the CPU. So I didn't have the CC method there. Not that makes a huge difference. I wanna keep the exploiter. Deadly aim then. We can also test if riposte is consumed by cutting defense. Oh, the CPs are garbo for this. You have survival instincts? No? Okay, that's a lot of box sustain. But I have weird CPs here. More Mac regen. Really need that. Block mitigation, perhaps. Go check what CPs I had on editor. So instinct space refuge, peace of mind, sustained by suffering. Just lots of sustain from CPs. I think that's probably better. But it doesn't help with this time though. We can try this. Try this. Let me try to tank again. There's still no Cinder though. Something important is missing. Okay, that would be like every 7 seconds or so. Almost at Koro. During Koro you can drop the blow. But I'm not gonna try to burst here, but pretend I reset. Koro's running out, we go back to defense. Support. There would be a lot less CCs. Yeah, now we only get 200 ult for running out though. $150. Oh, this should be trainee. Doesn't make a huge difference, but good ain't. Just testing the sustain. Like damage wise is good. If you want to see the damage, very easy to do. Way easier than with the other idea with Essence Thief and Rally. Oh, actually I don't have the bow stacks there. But damage wise nice. We stack it up first. I probably would have had time to stack it, but do the riposte and stuff too. Just need to find a way to survive. And not get CC'd and one shot. Because then what's the point? Just playing RNG against another RNG build. Stacks. No crit. Did drop one damage CP. Okay, both should be stacked. Damn. 24k, it's a bit less than before. But still more than with Incap. Still more than with Inga. Oh, and I wonder if this... I can see it here, I think. It's 1340. If it got the... Wait, let me see if the riposte is consumed by the cutting defense. I'm really curious about that. It is not. Okay, good. Good, good. Yeah, this could be good. But how do we make it permablock? I think without rallying you can't ever drop block. So this bow, it can hit you as well. It's like a two-way street, right? If you're not blocking, it kills you. So it's either max health, which I don't feel like doing. We just find a way to never have to drop block. I think it already does that against like similar build, unless they have a javelin. If they have no unblockables, then I think we're fine mostly. But if there's streak or javelin, you can kind of reflect back. Just the break free 194. That's kind of expensive too. I realize you're farming Koro as soon as you get it. Kite you because you're in Sea Serpent Coil. Yeah. If they don't block the bow, they get one shot. If they kite. How are they gonna kill me if you're permablocking? Like I'm working on the defense first. As long as you have enough damage to one-shot someone if the RNG allows it, then the build does what it's supposed to do. But what it's also supposed to do is to not have the like same happen to you. That I don't know how to figure out yet. You can't one-shot, but it's like 1% chance, right? It's gonna take 99 repetitions to have it happen. Yeah, but that's every build. That's every build out there at the moment. Or every burst build, which is every build worth anything at the moment. Or maybe you can do dots with crit damage. I don't know if it makes the dots hit 100% harder as well, but it probably does actually. So I could... Isn't there a set that... Wait, hold up. Is this direct damage or dot damage? If it's direct damage and it procs sets that restore resources when you deal direct damage, then that could be a way to permablock. Would lose this scavenging though. I think that's not gonna be fun. I guess I could still have rallying on this. Something I could do. Also, we don't have the Cinderstorm, which is kind of necessary, I think. How did I run this on live earlier? I had Vigor, Cinder front, Saturn Rocks, Bow. I didn't have Conti. Right. No, I think I did have Conti. What did I... Did I not have the weapon spell mass buff? I need to check the border.
The Tacoma.
Yeah, depth stance is new, but I was doing something different on live too, besides that. I'm checking the border. So Vigor, Conti, Saturn Rocks front, Cinder back, I think. Yeah, Cinder back instead of the depth stance, that's the only difference. It was able to block, but not permablock in the duels. And there were cases against the Nightmare I was fighting, for example, where I dropped really low. It was with Rally. So if I did this with did that with this build, it just won't work, I think. Unless you can block 24/7. Damn it. I mean, Baylock can be something else, or should be something else with Goro. Don't think Roxas gonna make the difference. Maybe Bloodspawn is gonna build the ulti fast enough. But I was also supposed to do blind, I think. Not blind with Minor Force. Engine Guardian. It's RNG. But if you get the Magica one over and over again, you run out of stam. Life would be so easy with Dark Magic. Spam Burst Heal. Yeah. In Burst Heal with stam return. It's not enough stam return, I think. Let me see if... Indeed, thank you for the gift sub. Thank you. To Simes 1996, thank you. Can I check the... if I change to sturdy... You shouldn't, like, you lose damage, but... Just out of curiosity. Block cost 1445, I don't think it changes too much. $1384. Goes down to like 1k, I think. Hey, bravo, Hayden. Do you know roughly how much damage Blood for Blood deals over Eviscerate, or how the scaling works? You mean the base morph? You get the 75% instead of 33, right? Okay, let me get Vamp on this. Or I can log on the other character. Hello. So I also didn't... I kinda forgot about the Blood for Blood on the... on the other idea I had. So like, sure, we do less damage with the frag proc, but we would do more damage with our spammer boulder and Goro. If we could somehow stick to targets. So you get 75% that. I think the base one is 33. Actually, I don't have the add-on here. Can I find it on editor? Yeah, it's 33. Yeah. 5% more damage for missing health. Some health scaling abilities cap at like... oh, you mean where it caps? I think it's 25%, if I'm not mistaken. It's either that or it scales up to 10%. That's usually how it works. Device, blind. I wonder if the count is with poly is further. Silent Rocks also totally worth it. Can drop that. Wait, how did I have space for This was Popok, this was Super Stack. Like here we have both Cinder and the Death Stance. Oh, I don't have Cleanse. No, that's not acceptable. But now you can get CC'd again. This is really just driving me crazy. There's no space for everything. We also don't have the Ignios. Because we have to use the pots. I can try tank on this one just to see the difference. So I think I can permablock on this. A lot easier. I didn't sense this, but it doesn't matter. It's probably downbreak to start with. If I want stamina back, I'll just do this. I don't have the tracker here on BTS though. I have the quick block here, or maybe not. I need the tracker. It's unplayable without them. Do like one heavy, but what if you get Paul Proctor in that one heavy? Then you're dead. And max sustain is actually not enough, I think. Yeah, no, I don't think this works. You will eventually just run out of resources before you get Koron. So I don't think you can build around that. That's very good info. No dark magic, we keep the assassination. How do you survive without rally? I think you just go max out. All you need to do is survive burst. Then you go back to blocking. Can't really properly test that on BTS though. Max out, or if there's a set that helps. I'm gonna check the bot again if something like Soul would be helpful. But I don't think it has time to activate. It's just an insta kill. You can get by like 30k bow and you're dead. No rally. So that doesn't help. Would you say the subclassing was good or bad for the game? Didn't start the game since then, I'm scared about it to be honest. You won't really notice too much in after adapting build. You won't really notice too much in open world or BGs, but it's definitely bad for dueling. People stack way too much damage. Kinda broke the game. Like literally broke the game. Getting way more damage once you go past the certain threshold than you used to be able to. So like, let's say you see something that gives you 5% more damage, for example. It's actually now 12.5% or something like that, instead of 5%. Because you stack so much damage that the game just loses its mind, basically. But it wants the same spells now instead of same variety. Oh, that's just a people problem. It doesn't mean that you can't play different things. It's just that some people don't have any imagination. They just copy pasta what someone else does because they can't think about themselves, and it's the usual stuff. This would be a lot faster Koros. Arcase and Bloodspawn. But I'll keep this scavenging, I think. I don't think you need Brazen Anchor. This is when you get stunned, so I get Major Prot for of the things that you have to worry about. I don't think Juggernaut has time to proc. So you don't get CC immunity until you break out of the CC. Well, instincts, I think we need to keep that. Fortified? Just max health. I think we get overbent already. I think this one's pretty nice for a stam sustain. Gives you free vigor. But stam sustain is not the issue. Or wasn't the issue on live really. Having some kind of damage shield book would be nice. But there's no good mod set for that. So that's more effective health, basically. I don't want to do the Brazen Anchor thing. I think you just get sustain there. Max sustain. Exploit and riposte, cutting defense, fighting finesse. Yeah, we can change the CPs, I think. Special units with things like this thing, force pulse, running spammables. Yeah, I don't think there's any build where it really... In open world you can still use rending, it's fine. And in BGs, it's probably better than running vamp spam. But vamp spam feels better, at least so far, for the builds I've tried. In duels. But maybe you could run like Master Dual and stack crit damage, but then you don't have a 5-piece set, like Rallying or Essence. Yeah, I don't know. Is that how Simex thinks that it's valid that less skills overpower weapon lines? Weapon hits harder than this swing. Yeah. This thing's always been kind of meh though. Except back in the days when it knocked people in the air. It was funny then. But Conceal's been better than DC for a long time now. I also want to test... I'm not gonna use this, but... I think there was a bug with the Stone Giant. Where it always gives you stamina back or something. You need to reduce the cost or something. That or they fixed it. Oh no, you get the... You get the stem on all of this. That's funny. That's a free spammable if anyone wants to make a stone giant build. This effect cannot activate when using a stamina costing ability and costs much more than the restored value. And must cost more than the restored value. Really sauce. Really. Are you saying it can't proc from a stam costing ability? Are we sure about that? Doesn't count as an ability because it's so trash. Yeah, that might be the reason. Feels bad, man. So let's do attributes then. We run out of stam faster. It put points into health. It's also a big downside. And we have less damage. But I don't really worry about the... It's more about just getting one shot. Especially without rally. If... to take effective health, let's say we take 25% more crit damage. Even though it's not exactly 25. Especially with given how the calculations are just broken beyond belief. But let's say 30% plus 25%. 7.5, we would need 38k health to have the same health as with rally. That's not good. Wait, we could also try... What if we did without Conti? But we did Far Strider. We would get more damage because it's more crit damage than Rally. We just have to do it every 7 seconds before Saturn docks. And then you lose the... But you lose this common demise, so I'm not sure if that's worth it. If we could use Rally here. The only thing worse is this damage sustain because no essence. But we built the Koro faster, it's gonna make up for it. And this is at least a Mac build. So you have max magic on the 2-piece. So you don't lose any rally value even. Just have to switch the font bar and proc it. And hope there's some. Okay, wait, I could try the beam thing. I was talking about that earlier, but kind of forgot about it for some reason. I do it on the other character though. Ah, but you don't get riposte on the beam, or you get it on the first stick. But it's not as much value. I don't think it's gonna work. We can test if it does good damage at least. I feel like I already tried that on the PTS before subclassing. And I think it was very close to what the build is at the moment. Yeah, I remember. It was with Shriek though, yeah. It was Shriek and the beam ulti, but should be better. Can also have a ranged... Actually, no, you do tentacle. Roots are always nice. Won't run vamp on this. For obvious reasons. A better weapon spell damage buff. Only the one with the sustain sounds good. Focus so much better than Hurricane, yeah. It's a bit suds. And you gain a shield. Oh, that's not the reason why you can't get past, because you have the damage shield, but you're also blocking if you have the rest on light passive. You can't get hit by any blockables CC. Yes, without the... Hit the... Baylock here. Still not running Hurricane, seems trolling. A lot of people do that in Dueling. But yeah, I would also always run Streak. The Stormcalling I don't think is even that good. In duels. Unless you play a ranged build, then it's kind of a must. Okay, we can try the damage again. I still have to run the crit one, this kinda sucks. Oh, I need to riposte, there we go. Oh, beam is beaming, but that's never gonna kill anyone when anyone's moving. It's just not gonna work. Six Gatic, not enough. Oh well, we tried it. Wait, how much is the... because I have different mods set. Let's see how much the Baylock gives. Because I had Baylock on the previous one. Switch back to Assassination. Was doing 1.2k damage each with Koro up. No, there was Koro. Unfortunately. Wait, I did proc Koro, right? I'm not going crazy, am I? I would see a Bell Roar here. That's the beam. Or maybe it says unknown. Wait, that's not the beam, that was sprinting, I think. Yeah, Balro, you gained 8k Magica, so it was with Koro. Or was it? Hold on, 3 seconds? The damage is here, 11 seconds. I'm pretty sure I cast Koro there, wait. Let me try that again. Incoming buffs. Yeah, but it was earlier here on the combat log. I did have it, but 64%. It was polyactive. Check forward. Yeah, but I'm lazy. Can try again. Doesn't take too long. And was supposed to be tentacle, not rune blades. B might just not be Giga. No, it's Giga on the max health build. You don't understand. It's very Giga on that. Okay. Stack the clocks there and huge. Okay, it's not Giga on this. It's not Giga at all. How was it only 2. What? Okay, I'm gonna show source why they need to buff beam a lot. If they happen to see this, literally same build. Although I might have less damage now without the Paylock. So also, another thing I wanted to test was to see that. Oh, I need to stack the boat though. Oops. Might need another Koro. Yeah, I'm just gonna reason. I lost count how many times I've forgotten to stack the bow before doing the thing. That's quite a few times, I think. Oh, yeah. No crits. But that's 11k, right? It's like the entire beam. Scamsing 12k. This is less damage without the Baylord. It's a lot less damage without Baylock. Is 500 weapons per is making all of that difference? It was 20... With this commenting it was 27k earlier. Now it's 21? You also get the minor burn guaranteed. Oh, it was there with the scavenging too, though. Let me try this. Scavenging it after. Yeah, but I mean earlier with the 27.5. So on this one I have minor burn on Conti at the moment. So I'm using blind for the minor force. This is really weird. Because if Paylock makes that much of a difference, then What about just not doing Koro at all? Although Koro was still more damage than Inca with Paylock. I don't get it. Okay, you don't need to proc anything on this? No. Okay, it's... never mind, it's the same damage more or less. Maybe a little bit more, but... So I wasn't missing anything, I think. Why is it... why was it 27.5 earlier? Oh, is it... it's probably the CPs, right? Actually, no, it's same CPs too. Whoa. What causes the damage difference? There's something that makes this do like 30% more damage. Was the method with procs on diseased or scavenging? Yeah, it could do that. Let me test that again. That's, by the way, still more than the beam combined, I think. It's 5, 10, 20... almost more than the entire beam. Oh. I think this scavenging might have eaten it again. It was 23 again. Scavenging strong. Yeah, it is. Like perfect timing. If that was an actual duel. Fucking hilarious. It's just, yeah, right before the... right as I'm guessing, I don't have the tracker here, so I don't see when it's when it's actually I do. It's just in the wrong place, I see. Gonna see when it procs. No crit. That was the scavenging land before the riposte, I think. So I don't know if riposte will get consumed by scavenging. Or if it's only abilities. Let me get this time. Oh, I didn't proc the... I'm gonna quickly proc the thing. Okay, there we go. 23.4. That's with riposte, I'm fairly sure. How did I get 27k earlier? It's just random, like, random increase of 5k. Maybe you didn't have the major pot, maybe the monomit bugged out or something. That would explain the difference. On the 27k one. So otherwise it's all the same things here. Strange. You can test the scavenging if it's riposte. It's simple enough that this looks. That major pot on the 27k. Weird. So I should be able to get it on this one, but it's just not broken. I think I have everything else is the same. need to stack the thing again. Don't think I have... Yeah, no, was missing everything. Only 8k, now it's like super low. When it should be 12k, it was literally 50% more damage earlier. Missing riposte, sure, but 50%, that's a big difference. Oh, you need to duel me, I think. Duel me now until I find the best build for it. Yes. It's a casual player, how you doing? Okay. It's 4.2 with riposte with every buff. Okay, let's test the scavenging thing. If it procs here, it does. That 3.8 without the Koro. Yeah, this is not good damage. You get 3.8k. Also, funny how it goes from 3.8 non-crit without Koro to, what was it, 13k? There's way too much of a difference in damage, I think. Yeah, I'm just gonna test the Koro here. And scavenging. Just need to block something. Okay, there we go. I think it didn't consume it. I think I saw it run out naturally. So how much was that? 12k. Should buff Malakats? Yeah, I think Malakats is a bit meh. I don't know how much they can buff it though. Okay, what else? We could test the Northern Storm. I think that could be really funny. Oh, I need to do it on the other one. So on live I don't have a character for this though, which is a bit of a bomb. So I'll drop Restaurant Light if I did this. Which sounds crazy, but I think you can do it with... maybe do it with Winter's Embrace. Probably not though. Should have to do this on Templar. Templar main and replace the Earthen Heart. We can replace the Earthen Heart, let's do that actually. I think Restaurant Light just has to be on every fucking build. The entire idea is to do Northern Storm instead. Now we can do the minor brutality poisons. I think you can't do Arctic because it eats the riposte, if I'm not mistaken. Oh, but we can have Simmering. Simmering instead of the Igneous we had there. We use crit pots, I guess. Or the weapon spell spots. We would use the knockback Conti. Oh wait, I know. I know what we do. Wait, no I don't. Never mind, we need the weapon spell mass, so... That could be a scribing skill or do something like degen. And we could use tripods, but I don't think it's worth it. We need, I think we need LSS now. Actually. We need LSS and we would need the what pots do we use? LSS, we need ice stuff of the Saxlil, which I don't have on live. Would need to farm that. The weapon damage because we have assassination. Restore stam. I think we can have speed on this as well, right? Speed's always nice. We lose the minor brutality though. We'll see if this is actually worth it. The upside of shimmering is that it can also be used to absorb the javelin and lots of other range damage. Bowproc gets absorbed. Oh, that might be actually really good. So I do that on my PC builds. Just run Crystal Slab or Shimmering. Keep it up 24/7 against Nightblades. I think it should be infused. Might be onto something here. No Koro, but the Koro doesn't really... how should I put this? It's nice, but you can usually survive by blocking until Koro anyway. And then I think we have more pressure with Northern perhaps. You just need to wait a little bit to get the full effect though. Two seconds every second. Koro's great for duels. I mean, it's for the survivability. And you also get the Cinder from that. But yeah. Northern's also kind of breakable if you know what, but it's unblockable, right? So you can maybe still pressure people down if they're blocking. And I think now we could do a quick cloak as well. Although quick cloak is gonna... never mind, we don't do quick cloak because you consume the... you consume the plus 2k on that. But we could do shuffle. Shuffle sounds good. It's 5 medium. Potentially good. This is poison. But scamming device can't be used anymore. It's fully is now essence or rally. Fully rally. Scamming is really good though, but we don't have guaranteed way to land it anymore. Wait, was that this thing with I had arcane trait on the chivalry when I was testing this last time. Oops. I think this has to be sharpened now. Or wait, does it? I don't think it has to be sharpened. Because we have Winter's Embrace. You kind of want to proc the shield. Not have the, like we half the, like basically half the RNG of proccing shield by having one charged. That's pretty important. And I think we do Frost Cliff here as well. Just for the extra damage. No charged. That needs to be infused. Boom. It wasn't the crafting grade. The transmutes. It was this one. Yep. This should be in the base inventory, not behind billion boxes. I don't know why so lost then. Them refill automatically. Yeah. Would be good. We have one minigame now of rocking rallying. Also, if I did this on the Warden main, I could do, instead of rallying, I could do Rush of Agony front. Instead of the plus 2k, you could have class crypt. You could use Dragon Power instead of Winter's Embrace because you get TK wings. Like Shimmering Shield, you can use Sleep into Bow, which hits 90% of the time. Kind of. Would have to backbar it though with this this kind of setup. Backbar leap and swap into bow proc. That could work. We don't have minor force now. We do shock and frost, I think. But I think against block, this is gonna be better. I kinda expect people will be booking. But it could be worth a try. It's like you can just keep leaping until you get the unblocked one. Focus block resistance, healing passives. Yep, you're right. You do get those from Winters as well. You know, build? No, but we're a lot closer. Like the concept works. The concept works, but we're just trying to min-max it and find the best best option for this. I need the nameplates. Hold on. Go block the valley. There we go. I have the wrong. Oh, I didn't proc the bow. Hold on, is this taken? How much is the northern taken for? 4k? 4.3. It's not a lot of damage. I nerfed it a lot. Damage wise. But this is unblockable damage, I think. So that should help. I need to stack the bow now. Also, hopefully the Conti is not gonna get consumed by another storm. I don't think it does. Brocked the valley. Sorry, brocked. Gonna wait for the next one though. Okay, there we go. $20k bow. Then you still take the rock damage. But we don't have set them rocks though. I think the best thing about Earthenheart... Well, the best thing is Koro, but the second best thing is Saturn rocks. I think that makes a huge difference. You can switch that and CC get a heal. It's really huge for recovery. And we don't do as much damage anymore. Unless the riposte is consumed by the Koro was way more damage. I'm gonna wait a little bit, get the full modifier. Wow. 9k non-crit. Definitely a lot less damage. So I do have riposte and everything, right? Okay, I'm gonna just go for it here. Wait a little bit. Oh, I didn't stack it. I can get it here though. 21k. It's close to the Incap bow. A bit less than the Koro bow. But you get not just the bow, but also the whole Northern Storm. We can try the leap one next. Maybe that's decent as well. I do prefer simmering over over wings though. More resistances, block mitigation. But you can't, I mean you can conti before the leave. You take flight. It's actually more damage than the bow as well. Shouldn't I have prompt this then? But then I can run Saxleel. So this would be a monomid build, I think. 17.2 bow is 16.2. So if you land an unblocked leap with 500 Baylock and just Permablock until then. Let me try this actually. If I can do leap into bow, and also how it works if I do conti with knockback into leap. A couple of ideas. I still need to block the riposte before leap. That's still the idea. Same bots. What the back bolt now is undo, I guess, for a minor pot. The armor should also help with tankiness. And I guess with this you do Essence Rally and Monomyth. But we can try it with the current one. Oh, except I don't have the... well, let's see if you can dodge all the bow. It's not gonna be full damage here, but... you can roll the bow, but that's because of the Conti knockback. So you don't do knockback on the Conti. You could knockback to make the leap more likely to land, but kinda works against the bow proc. So I guess we used to heal or damage seal. Cross Spectral Bow into CC light attack for Kjalnar's Nightmare, because you need to stack up the Kjalnar. The problem is that you will just die before that happens. You could try to stack up Kjalnar after Koro, but people are going to be blocking. And you can send in rocks, land the Kjalnar, but then CC break roll. It really roll gets with the bow proc. You get a proc basically instead of the bow proc. So the way it works right now is you pop Koro, kinda like look for when they're not blocking, but you can't really have that moment be exactly when Kjalnar is supposed to land. I think it's just too clunky. I think Scavenging Maw, for example, works better, but it's a 5-piece instead of 2-piece. Wait, what I need to do? I need to change the Conti to Domas Shield. The 4 stacks, light a Koro Spectral Bow. Koro Spectral Bow, light a Kjalnar's Nightmare. It's a 5-second timer though. You have to go for a heavy, or you have to block. And like, ult block and set in rocks, for example. Don't know. try the I'll try this first if leap into bow works. Stack the bow again. Rally up. No, it's dodgeable still. Well, that sucks. How much is the leap? $11k non-crit. But I don't have the optimal cure at the moment. $21k Liam. Dodgeable with leap in the bow, it's not. The problem is that if people kite after Koro, or you mean that you would first attack the Kjalnar and then Koro. So you're not allowed to light attack to refresh the stacks or proc Kjalnar. If you proc Kjalnar, then you kinda screw up your entire burst at that point. I'll show you what I mean. Spam even mid. Yeah, I did. It is BTS though, but BTS also makes it harder for Giant to CC break and roll. And there's the Kjalnar. The problem is that there's no like you can land the bow and then you need to land the light attack and set down rocks, right? But you need to do that while you have the Kjalnar stacks. I'll switch back to the Koro one. I'm still looking for ways to survive on this. I think the like any skill line that gives you tankiness is good, or ways to counter range damage, things like javelin, or just use burst damage in general. So I don't want to ever play something that gets one shot. It's easy, but you need to do a bow proc as well after casting Koro. And then if it's dodge shot, you lose your entire burst window. Or if it's blocked, either way. So I don't think Kjalnar alone is gonna get the kill, but who knows, maybe. Was doing, I think, what was 12k with the scavenging. No need for that anymore. counter jab is to predict it. You can't always predict it. Like there's gonna be that one moment where you are like mid rebuffing, you need to block something, you run out of CC at that very same second. There'll be cases where you just die and it's from 100 to 0. I don't think it's a consistent way to win fights, to try and always predict something. Needs to be tanky enough to also survive pressure. Yeah, I think on live I was able to. Wait, do I have the... is this all correct? It is. Except I have rallying instead of the scavenging. Oh wait. No. Okay, I can't... I need to change the team monomid thing. But I don't want to do the whole fucking minigame again. I don't want to essence rally. Wait for 5-second timers. We did that earlier. No hard counter build to win builds 100% of time unless you want to stalemate or have 10-minute duels. I don't mind that at all. If it's a stalemate or I win situation, give me that anytime. That's how I always play. It's the best kind of build that one can play. I would really like to keep the Saxleel. That's the thing. And entity Seasonal. Seasonal actually helps a little bit sometimes. But it has the... you can get bursted after it box. But if you're full health, you do mitigate a lot of damage with that sometimes. It's not consistent. I was missing Saxleel there on the leaps, by the way. So it could be more than 20k. I think that's probably the most likely thing to work. You get the tankiness from Dragon Power as well. And it does have more tooltip than the bow proc. It's just, you gotta build up 500 tooltip instead of 200. Wait, if I want to do Saxleel... I could do Saxleel Ice. I just don't want the minigame. But I guess it... I can do light if I go Coron. It can't be heavy and light. It could be heavy and medium. Wait, Bar Strider is when you deal damage, right? Not when you cast the Gap Closer. No Far Strider. I guess we keep the scavenging. Let's do the same build but with ice stuff. So we have 2 procs now. We have Kjolnar and scavenging. It's gonna be very hard to survive until then. That's more win cons. So now with Koro. Yeah, it still hits really hard with all of the crit damage. I noticed that earlier that I would still be just doing more damage than with my quote-unquote pressure build, even outside of Koro, despite not having any penetration basically. Double second shields. What shields though? I did think about the doing some kind of rune ward build, but you kinda need to stack health then. You wanna do that. Or I could... No, there's no way to drop the Restore in Light. You can drop Restore in Light, you can drop the Assassination if you want to one-shot. Maybe... or maybe you could drop that for Daedric Summoning and use Armaments instead. Then you'd have the Hardened Ward, you could go max Magica. But I don't know. doesn't work as well with riposte because it's multiple hits. Yeah, I don't think you have space for both. You could have space for hardened, perhaps, but both that and the light shield. Not sure. Also no monomyth. Scavenging Saxlil. Oh, okay, we have it. Training. The Kjolnar. Have the ulti. I guess you don't do the Conti then, if you do Kjolnar burst. Guess you drop that. I need to find Minor Force though. So I don't know if there's time for that. You pop Koro, then you have to do Conti, Bow proc, Light Attack, certain rocks before Kjolnar runs out. You have to do that like right after popping Koro. Resistance potions, I don't think that's sustainable for me. Stamina wise it would be, magic wise not really, not with Cinder. And I think on a build like this you get overbent already, so if you do spell resistance, then anyone with 500 Baylock is just gonna do the same damage anyway. Heal into shock damage. The reason for the heal is so that you get the plus 2k on the riposte bow proc. But is it always 2k damage that you get? I can try to do the combo here. You also need to get the riposte with that combo, so you need your opponent to attack you before you bow proc. It's not really complex, there's just a lot of moving variables that can make the combo fail. Like what if your opponent doesn't proc your riposte? It cannot runs out because you can't light attack. Semtex hello. Why shield on the contingency? To not... this is how it was explained to me, to not consume the plus 2k, so you get it on the bow proc. The idea is to just get that 30k bow and one-shot people. But I think it's probably more efficient to just do 500 Baylock and leave. I think that might have more potential. So this one is when you use an ultimate, so it's possible to maybe front bar Saxlil, back bar Essence or Rally. You can run seasonal, get major berserk as well, and major courage. Could be better. Let's try the combo. Already gonna hate this. I also need to... So scavenging is whatever, we just ignore it. We have bow stacked. Oh, we also need off balance. Now I need to do this into this. And I don't know if Kjolnar actually lands there. But it's very close, that was like 0.3 seconds or something before the stacks run out. Push meteor damage into some stun, something like that instead of bow. Don't you get the... you get more from tech flying. I'm quite sure. Okay, so we... Oh, oops, that's gonna be a Kjellner. Let's stop light again at 4. Awkward. It's 1, 2, 3, 4. I didn't have time for the Conte. This is way too many, like, fucking variables again. Little mini games that you have to play. It's the entire burst window gone, by the way. You need to build the next Koro. Be faster is the PTS lag? No, I don't think I can do that any faster. To stack the bow. 1, 2, 3, 4. But I don't have time for everything. Because you have to stack it, then you have to block, get riposte, contingency, bow, and then you set in Rockslide attack, proc the Kjellnar. As long as your opponent is still within the range and isn't dodging anything, if there's way too many ways, your opponent can just completely mess up that combo. It's gonna take a lot of tries before you actually get them. Because even in a control setting like this, it takes a lot of tries to do the whole shell. I think I messed it up, yeah. So you need your opponent to attack you at the very same time to get riposte. I think it's a lot easier if you just wait for the riposte to proc. You keep your Conti up, so you hold him block a little bit, and then you bow. You don't need to think of 5-second timer to go with that. Becomes second nature, it really doesn't. It's not... It's in my muscle memory to keep light even, not to stop attacking entirely, to not proc your set. I don't like that kind of playstyle. Like 11 years just planning weaves every fucking combo. Yeah, I didn't have time there. I did not have time there, but that's maybe PTS like there. Doesn't register the light deck. But it's either way, it's gonna be close even if you perfectly do that without getting CC'd, without opponent dodge rolling, opponent attacking you at the exact same time. If you get all of that right, it's gonna be super close to actually land the light deck with the Satin Rocks. That procs the Kjellnar. Oh, wait, I can't attack now. I need to wait this to run out before I can light attack. I didn't get light attack. Okay, that's PTS. So I do light attack into Surprise Attack, but I don't get the light attack. It's a bit annoying. Okay, let's proc the... Okay, there we go. But if there is a dodge roll, for example, then none of that works. At any point, if there's a dodge roll, the entire combo is ruined. I can test the Conti thing. Let's see how much if you do Conti into bow. We can just test it without Koro. Doesn't really matter, I think. So, get riposte, Conti bow, 6.3. I do want to get a crit though, so you get all the modifiers then. Wait, I can test it without resetting. Need to stack the bow though. It's 4.8. 6.1. And then if I do a go without that, hit riposte. That's a crit. Yeah, counter. Another crit. Since Koro gonna start kiting, make the combo easier. Yeah, I think the leap one has the most potential. It's a good idea. Setting rocks for fossilize? No. Like here you're thinking about damage. I'm thinking about survivability. So I also want a build that doesn't just instantly roll over and die. It's a big problem. You know how much damage there is. Again, a crit. So we're already getting one shot. Strong limit survivability. The Setting Rocks heal is what allows you to very often just reset the fight. That's 5.5. It's actually not much of a difference. Without the Conti. It was 6k and 5.5 without. So wait, what's the reason for having damage shield here then? I thought it would get the modifiers or something. And that would increase the damage to absurd numbers, but... Won't you just use the damage Conti always? Just to have more overall damage with the thing. Or maybe the idea was to ranged nuke with the... maybe that was the idea. Just to do ranged burst with the bow. If you play a melee build, you should have the... either immobilize or... Only shock damage. Go for the max damage. You can see riposte buff with bandit widgets. Yeah, I know. I have a Hyper Tools one on live. So here, if I do the, should be more overall damage, I think. Riposte. Is it though? It's 6k. I just do a bow proc. It's a crit again. 5k without the Conti. That was a good try. Need the combat log. So 2.4 non-crit from the Conti. And the bow is 8.7 crit. Oh, wait, no, the riposte is consumed by the Conti. That was the reason, because Conti hits first. Yeah, no, remember that now. You don't get the riposte on the bow proc if you use the shocking contingency. So any damage you gain is basically gone because of the whole idea with riposte. Yeah, no, I was reading on YouTube there was a suggestion to use shock damage, but no, you want the damage shield. Or why do you want heal? Wouldn't damage shield be better? She might be full health already. So yeah, you need to do it like this for the riposte value. But I still think probably the best idea is the leap one. Gonna try that with proper skills. So that gets tankiness too. We lose sustain though, and we lose Saturn rocks. Not sure anymore. I could do it without restaurant light maybe? No, that's stupid. You would get a damage shield from a draconic power. Losing all of the cleanse and rune, that sucks. Or you can keep no, we don't drop assassination either. Why is this everything so fucking complicated? So the only thing you can drop is the earthen heart. So it's just no certain rocks, no cinder, no weapon spell damage. We did get good damage though when we tried that. Even without the proper build. Now if you do a proper build. And we don't need the, you can do more light pieces now. So this should actually be Stuck's little jewelry, I think. Or it could be mono and essence, but then you have the mini games again. Try to not have the mini games. Now let's do the mini games. Fuck it. At least there's no. Wait, no, we still built the bow stacks. Okay, so we have the whole mini game of earlier. Not sure if this is worth it. We have a lot more damage with the leap at least. So valley back, Saxony front, or essence front if you do mono. I think I had robust necklace earlier. That's saved apparently. Is essence. We do essence dual volt though, because 2H is retarded. You could do this with Gjalnar, this feels a lot more, but not with the Conti. Like that's way too many things to go wrong. Otherwise Gjalnar would be fine. But when you have to also rely on your opponent attacking you at the very exact same time as you go for the leap instead of being in control of when you're doing. I don't know about that. Oh, and we need payload on this. What am I saying? We need payload on this anyway. So this needs to be shock and poison, I guess. Corrosive crit, shocking contingency still be better even though it takes riposte. Less damage for the bow, overall more damage with the contingency. I think it's been tested, like, on Twitch chat they're saying that healing conti is a lot better. I haven't tested personally, but kind of moving on to the next idea. Would have to test that. One reason before we make the temple, exactly. So we have the right concept here with the very block-oriented playstyle, and just go for the riposte burst. That would be the foundation, but after testing today, I don't think I need the Koro necessarily. I just need to be able to survive. Why is this 30? But focusing on damage, you can die fast and the dual countdown. Yes, exactly. Exactly. So that's why I'm thinking of doing the draconic power. I was also thinking of just building the Permablock, having some like immobile, just holding block forever, or running something like Death Stance to reflect Javelin. I don't know if that works. Another idea was Shimmering, going Northern Storm with Paylog. That was pretty decent. It was still pretty good bow procs with that. And unblockable damage with the Northern. There's definitely ideas. I should also do, instead of heal, why is this not knockback? It should be knockback, right? Or maybe it makes it harder to land the follow-up, whether it's bow or super stack. I just don't like having no CC. What do we have here? Igneous weapons. The poisons, I had them earlier on the sword on board build. I think on this one we want the weapon spellmaster though. This was temporal guard here. Awful. And that was wings. There's no good CC we can have. Wrong morph actually. Should be the maybe it's fine. Kinda does consume the riposto. No, it should be the different morph, but I'm not gonna use it in the test. Just pretend it's the other one. Okay, so we have a few mini games again before we can do our burst. Stack off the bow. It's the essence. Gonna pick it up at the end of the duration here. Need to block the rallying. Don't have Cinder, so it blocks a bit slower. So if you land that, that's pretty good, but it is dodgeable. The bow after. And how much was the leap itself with the Conti and everything? It's with major force as well. Why is it only 23k? That sucks. It's only a little bit more. Was would be 22k on the when I can do shuffle. Be 22k on the Bobrok, I think. To take a resistance with Rallying Cry, 22k is good. It's not good enough though. You have to also land the bow. I think the bow is dodgeable. Probably hits all the time. Let me try to land it here. Don't need the full combo. I'll just try leaping the bow. Need to stack the bow first though. Let's see if it is dodgeable. Spamming, you can probably hear it. Spamming the boat there, but does not land. Meteor into stun. Do Ice Comet. It's a bit less tooled, but delayed, so I can land the. We need Cotton Heart for that though. How would you do that? To continue the bow with Ice Comet, or Ice Comet Conti bow. It's very, very countered by block. You'd have to do that with Javelin, I think. Yeah, and you'd probably want Winters as well. You'd want Winters, Edric, and Assassination in that case. It's a funny idea, but you're not gonna survive it then. I think Rest on the Light feels kind of like a must-have. Unfortunately. Also the damage here, by the way. This damage, I think we had the same with the... we had the same damage with the Saxlil and with Sword on Board. I just like that better because there's less variables, which makes it more consistent. School DK was 500 Baylock, Meteor CC Wimp. It's best built like 5 years ago, heavy nuke build. I always liked just going Goro, and Goro with the old Null Arca was really nice. The one that could AoE proc. One of the strongest builds I've had. Not for duels though, but for BD's open world. I think for duels, I think there's a lot of potential with Scaven Demise as well. That one has a minigame, but it's a very simple minigame. What if I tried Scaven Demise with no, but you kind of have to. You can proc it with the. You can proc it with the Koro alone, but I don't know. The problem is just landing the bow proc at the same time. You'd have to wait for it to proc. Somehow have the Conti up at the same time, bow proc into Saturn Rocks, and you'd lose 1 5-piece for them. I don't know. I'm getting off the track here. Getting way off the track. Also, it's getting late. How good is Sword on Board back bar in actual actual content. CC just before null Arca. That's even more clunky than Scavenger Demise, I think. Nulka's really good for pressure, but if you can proc scavenging, if you have any poison damage, I think you should always do scavenging over null Arca. I'll show you why. Like this is the tooltip of scavenging 0.2. And this is the tooltip of null Arca. You have 30% more damage on scavenging. So if you CC just before scavenging, you get more damage than if you CC before null Arca. And I feel like it's more controllable. You see it proc, you have ample time to Saturn rock. But the problem is that you can proc it, but you cannot land the bow proc. If it worked that way, where you could proc the scavenging and then Saturn rock into bow, that would be the build, but you cannot do that. You have to land the bow before that, which makes it a lot about just predicting rather than reacting. I'll try this with Saxlil, Cisnel. Wait, what did I have here? Oh, this was supposed to be trainee. I wasn't missing any damage there. Can Contest have poison damage? Nope. Can have bleed damage, but no. Can have physical damage too, I think. Physical damage, poison damage, not poison. Bleed damage, magic, ice, fire, lightning, or shock damage. If I recall correctly. Yeah, I think rallying is a kind of a must-have. If we do this, we can run Saxlil. Doesn't matter if we have more light pieces. 1, 2, 3. Or Cisnel. With one more rally then. Or do we? I think I'd rather have heavy than light on the big pieces. There's a lot of armor if you do that. A little bit tankiness, a little bit of a damage loss, but not a huge damage loss. Too heavy now. All divine still, of course. That can be rally. And this should be trainee, but doesn't matter here. Yeah, I would try the ice comment, but I don't know how to stun without the Earthen Heart. Okay. No crit. The thing I like about Koroto is that you don't have to build 500 ult in. You can use 200. And you can run different set than Baylog. Kinda allows ideas like Kjalnar. That was too... maybe I try Kjalnar without Conti. Just do riposte bow into Sand Rocks. Or into light axe Sand Rocks. Nah, there's no crits. Never lucky. $11k non-crit though is pretty decent, I think. Be 20k something. Okay, let's bet it's live so the bow proc lands as well. Need to proc my rally again. I was missing the off balance there. Template 614. There's no riposte on the bow. But 14 is still decent. No riposte and no full pen. It's only 20k pen. Oh, I'm missing something important. As usual. Wrong traits too, but should be sharpened. Keep into frag. It's more instant. I was trying frag earlier. I was trying dark magic instead of assassination. Did a 22k frag. Was the other idea because also what you get from dark magic is a lot of sustain compared to assassination. But you do lose a little bit of overall damage, or quite a bit I think. But maybe it works better with Koro. Because if you Koro and you have BFP spam instead of supply stack, you can kinda keep pressure and drop low health and you get a lot more pressure with the BFP. And you're kinda safe within the be corrosive. It helps you block more, but it's still not quite enough. Was testing that earlier. I probably wanna test it on live at some point. Frag sleep, huge nuke. Maybe that can work too. Okay, double rally, I guess. Hit the OB. Okay. So if you land that on live, we have enough damage with this. So I think that's 30k resistance and rally. Then if you crit both, if you can land the bow, I need to test this on live. Should we test this on live? You can just hop on live. Also, is there anything you need to test here? And been helping me a lot today. Enough BTS, okay. I can't try this exact build, but I can try the try if the combo works. I can change the skill lines. 40k combo with 2 skills. I need to get the transmutes though. And I need to farm the fucking ice stuff. Oof. Although it could be sword and both too. Also, you mind trying to do the parkours on top of that? Yeah, the parkours have claimed many sanities over the years. Oh, it was Valley. Yeah, it was Valley back, and yeah, I can do. I might need to farm the access. It was actually front rally back. True. Rally, I don't need to farm. That's a relief. It's just if you do leap, you kind of have to. Maybe you don't have to build 500 Baylock, but struggle finding an available rally ice stuff. No, I have one. I don't have rally on that many BG builds. Just 2 of them, I think. 2 or 3. I think it's front bar rally on one of them. Change the skill line. Ah, right, I changed to. It's getting expensive. I was also thinking sword on board, I was leveling that earlier.
Whether you delve deep into...
Could do this with dark magic too, maybe. If it's faster, you could do this instead of bow. I need to check the timing. I'll test it off stream, no worries, but I need to check the timings of the crystal frag and bowbrook. Which one lands faster? But if you can land the bow guaranteed, then I think you just do bow for the extra damage. Extra crit damage on the leap too. And a good spammable. Although you can have good spammable with the BFP. I'll spot to my house. One quick little test. Would make an Ultigen build. 15 plus 15 plus 6 plus 6% of ultimate cost if done correctly. Because you probably lose too much damage if you make a build like that, and you can still get bursted in between the ultis. Like all it takes is one unblocked bow proc, unless you build high armor as well, but high armor and ult cost reductions. I don't think you kill anything on that. It's a good idea for like BG builds or open world builds though. No second bets here. I don't have an actual build though. Wait, is he on stream? He can also help me test. Yeah, losing rallying not an option, I think. Riot Hayden. Giga build. White Riot Cook. Okay, let's see. Attack this off. Okay, bow doesn't even cast. Right. One. Is it because of these stairs? Let's check the void if there was an error message. On the top right again. Yeah, it doesn't let me cast it instantly. Maybe the elevation caused that. Weird. Try here. Why does it not let me cast it? What? Jesus Christ. I'm not gonna like this, am I? This is gonna happen randomly. Doing nothing else but spamming bow proc while leap in leap. No, it's dodgeable. It's 100% dodgeable. You can't cast it before that. So I don't know about this one. You could hit really hard with the leap, but then the follow-up is dodged, then... That's a shame. Piping fight in desert is realistic. Okay, I mean, we can test it there if someone wants to help me test. I don't have an actual build, just a disclaimer. So not gonna do an actual duel. I can test if the lands. So I don't think it does. No chance here. Doing RP. Okay, let me build up again. Was a little bit delayed. Whip is delayed now. Yeah, Whip also... Did they change that in the patch? It used to be possible to always land it with Shattering. Easily, girl. Yeah, champ. Testing builds. Parkour making the house lag? I don't know. Just gonna try to CC break and roll as soon as possible. No, that was the soonest I could cast it by spamming the bow proc like crazy. Maybe if I don't spam it and I just click when I land. Maybe the input delay, like maybe there's input delay from spamming it. That or I need to bind it to mouse wheel or something. But this feels very inconsistent. I think the Conti into bow, that doesn't feel inconsistent. Leap? No. Okay, we have our ulti again. Yeah, this time I'm gonna... What if I have distance? It's dodgeable. It's dodgeable. Okay, so we don't do that. That idea is out of the window. Because I think the leap alone is not enough damage. And I honestly, like, I would rather build
The
Koro
Ivory Brigade has need of you.
than always go 500 ult. That sounds strange, but when you bow, you immediately draw those. You got latency. Try frags and swap bow. We can try that, yeah. Let me try with frag. Leap into frag.
Hold!
Ah,
I was
no
sent for
Shira.
Doesn't need to be leveled. This would be huge for sustain. If this way of comboing works, but I have a feeling it's the same travel time. You can also do it in different order. You can do frags into leap as well. It doesn't always have to be leap into frag. Oh, I don't need to stack anymore, but I need to get my ult in. There's no way to get ulti right now. Okay, leap now, just go wait for the frag book. I think that's even slower than the bow prong. Unfortunate. But I could do that like dark magic with Restoring Light and Earthenhard. Looks slower. Yeah, it's probably about the same. It's just the animation looks slower, but thought the frag landed after you got off roll. Yeah, I'll try again. Maybe it's only with melee leaps. There's oh, wait, I think I know why. You need to be max distance before you leap. So you have the global, of course. I'm stupid. Like if I do just do absolute max distance. Like here. Just need to poke it again. Now if I leap into frag, I can land it before you can dodge all. It's the same with the bow too, I think. But that makes it not very realistic for dueling unless you have storm calling. So you need to be able to maybe mist form, stage 3 vamp, mist form, elusive mist, major evasion. But yeah, I think this can land. You would just mist form around and then leap, and I don't know if you can survive on a build like this. Now the good thing about Earthenhard was this Cinderstorm. Okay, that's still dodgeable. You have to be like absolute max distance. So the moment you cast leap, you have the 1 second global. And the problem with melee range is that you land very fast, so you still have global left before you can cast in. Yeah, this doesn't... I think this is a meme. On your decay, right? Someone talking to me. Yes, but just testing stuff. Hello. Oh, thanks. Gave us flowers. The heck? Mud ball. Nah, we're not on actual build here. Role-playing? Yeah. Watch me get banned for that. Someone's gonna report me. The first time I type in game... would not even surprise me, actually. Who threw that mud ball? Yeah, that was rude. That was very rude. Location. Careful typing around Gerent. Oof. True. I think I like the... we've been going back and forth, I know, but... I think I like the idea of Dark Magic, Sucksleel, and Rallying Cry. Not Rallying Cry, wait, Essence? Or Scavenging Buys? Doesn't matter, one of them. You probably need Rallying though, so you can Permablock, but we can block a lot more with the Dark Magic. It's a lot of sustain compared to Assassination. And you get about the same damage, we got 22k frag on the BTS. And then Blood for Blood should be better with Koro than Surprise Tag. Rallying Cry, yeah, the problem with Rallying though, if you do Sucksleel, is that it's gonna be Sea Snail, Sucksleel. Has to be 3 light then. And 3 light on a Koro build is a bit sketchy. Or it could be Sucksleel on the body as well. To do maybe 2 light. Maybe I could try that. Could do 2 heavy. Lose a little bit of damage. Yeah, you need the tankiness, 100%. We kinda make up for not having the essence by having Dark Magic. Hey, what's natural buff? Any adjustments to Stam Shock for dueling? Assassination and Dark Magic seem somewhat inefficient. No, it's still... it's not really like best in sort dueling build, but it's still good in 1v1s. If you fight like another open world build, you probably have an advantage. If you wanna build for dueling, you just go crit damage, no matter what you do. That's something I've learned over the past few days. I'll show you why. I still have the build editor open here. So you see the effective power here, 9.4, right? 7 Divines, Shadow Mundus. This could be something else, but 50% damage. Well, you're gonna see 50% damage. That's a pressure build. You should so you have Disdain and Rallying, of course. But here, when you go for crit damage, fully crit damage with your skill lines and everything, 14.8k effective power, you get 50% more damage. So whatever you gain from something like Esoteric, if you think of like building tank sets and building tanky and being able to survive with something like this, you lose that. You lose that because you don't go full crit damage. You can do this with Esoteric though, as well. So you could do Mist of Monomyth. This would be Essence, right? And it's still gonna be higher than the pressure build, a lot higher. So you just have to go crit damage. There's not even the max burst, the effective power. That's a lot higher on this build because crit damage here is 103, crit damage here is 150. So effective power gives us 50% more damage, but the effective burst damage is probably more like 75 or 80%. This is swing for off balance, medium weave into bow, because that can be dodged. No, but it can be blocked. I think this thing is pretty much the most counterable ability in the game. I don't know how people die to this, honestly. As long as you have any mobility. Can be so easily guided or blocked. Like super stack is at least like it's not super telegraphed. You can chase people with it. They try to guide. But this is thing, nah. It's only a little bit more damage, right? Or is it even less damage? It's 9.5, 9.4. Most of the time it's less than BFP. You do have the cast time, so you can land the DC into next ability, but if it's blocked, then not much you can do. Or dodge hold. Can be dodge hold during any point of the travel at the cast time. And you dodge hold the DC. SSTF is interesting. Everyone uses mazes, right? Access. You want to use stack crit damage. Gives you 50% more damage than trying to build pen or weapon spell damage or anything like that. It's stupid. It's absolutely stupid. There's something broken with the calculations. It gives you more damage than it should. Crossing shock enjoyers. Oh yeah, that was one dumb idea that is never gonna work. Like this is dog shit. It's dog shit because we're not stacking crit damage fully. We're trying funny things like armaments and blast bones when we should be just doing crit damage, assassination, Adric, stuff like that. Blocking all these things in the mid duel is highly unlikely. Not really. I've done that. I've either kited or blocked every single DC in many duels that have ended in a stalemate. Or if something lands, it's because I want the CC immunity. Because I'm like full health and I think, okay, I can get CC'd here. I don't like DC. I've never really liked it. Except during the time when you could knock people in the air and onslaught them, back when onslaught was good, and you'd get the ulti back if you killed them. That was fun. Try Adric Spear gives you a lot of what you need, because this is a decay and you need the Restore and Light. My other Kashid is a Necro. I don't have a Templar Kashid. You need Restore and Light. Or maybe you can do Live in Death. You could do Adric Spear, Live in Death, and Assassination. And just have no armor buff. Maybe that's an option too. I need to put it on editor. It would be only good with Acuity. No, not really. You just want to get the 10k spammable crits and 20 to 30k bow procs. If you have to like try 20 times to get that because you have low crit sense, then you try 20 times and you get that and you one-shot someone. But if you try to build around pressure, you're just not gonna kill anything. Playstyle is very defensive, not aggressive at all. Yeah, so I just assume that other people will play like I do, as in properly. If I was to use this swing, I always think like, how would I play if I was the opponent? Would I survive that? If yes, then I don't want to play that. So you want to have something less survivable, like just one-shotting with one skill. And you want to play something that doesn't get one-shot as well. Okay, bow proc is crazy. It's only possible versus dual builds with riposte. Yeah, you do riposte. You do riposte into bow with Conti.
Bless my eyes, if it isn't the scourge of Blackheart.
Oh, I can't actually do this. Yes, block off this character because I have XP buff running. Let me check how this looks like if we don't run Restore in line. If you do Assassination and Adric, then you have to ink up bow. You don't have a good defensible. Nuke or be nuked? Yeah, I'd rather nuke and not be nuked. Rather nuked and be impossible to nuke. It's the kind of builds I make for BGs and open world. It just builds that survive and get a lot of kills and get top damage very often. If not most of the time in BGs. It sometimes takes a lot of thinking outside the box to find those builds, but we'll get there. Dueling ecosystem. I think, yeah, the problem is that there is an ecosystem. There is a like solidified, this is the best build and everyone should run this build, until someone who actually ventures outside the box, experiments with stuff, and finds out that, wait a second, there's something better. I should actually play this one instead. And then everyone else sees that build and they're like, oh wow, wait a second, this is actually better, and then they start playing that one. There's very few people who actually experiment and test things. Most people just copy pasta something that other people tell them is good. I find that very sad. But understandable. I don't judge people for doing that. Not everyone can be a theory crafter. But you raise a good point there with the ecosystem. There definitely is ecosystems. But if there's an ecosystem, you want to be the lion, not the sheep. Build homogenization happens a lot in assist fighting games. Everyone thinks this is the best, and then someone is creative and the meta changes. Yes, I do agree that you want to build around burst after testing a lot. But I don't agree that Essence, Rally, Adric, all of that is necessarily the best build. I think you can also have survivability. I think there are ways to cheese or find a defensive carry while still having the damage as well. Incredibly simple, low IQ needed, yeah. Or just laziness. Either way, like it's fine. Any benefit to using Asylum when you're also running LSS? Yes, you get a double if you. It really depends on the build, but you get a. To answer the question, but there's also there's a double status proc if you run charged and the Asylum stuff. So use it for the damage, not for the status procs, or not for having the status procs. Use it for extra damage basically. Would the Mars Bomb kill trigger of Net's cleanse? Yeah, it does. Mars also triggers when someone refreshes a dot on you. If you have burning and someone applies burning again, the previous burning is cleansed according to the game, and you get the kill.
You there. The Ivory
Or if someone uses raining slashes, the previous dot is cleansed. Technically. So you do get the kill there. Mars is also another set that I'll have to consider for some fights. If you are fighting someone with a lot of dots, then maybe having Mara's back bar would be a decent idea on a Permablock build. Instead of running Rally, for example. I'm not sure. I'm thinking of things like Rally Gerald. If you can survive that by just blocking, then might need Maras, which actually reduce probably more damage than Rally there. Ei kokrahyydyn. Merhaba kars. So some people running Mars is 5-piece with Vatas and Sun. Don't know how good it is. If they build crit damage, somehow, they probably get one shot, because they don't have rallying, but otherwise good. You'd have to do like Adric and Assassination or something. Skill line wise.
You there. The Ivory Brigade has need of you.
Elite Refuge? Isn't that the block damage mitigation? Yes, when you block an attack, 11% mitigation, but that's not good. It is unique, but it's 3-second duration. And if you want to have something with 100% duration and better 2 to 4, there's a set called Buffer of the Swift. So the only time the 11% would be good is if you want to have it on the back bar after weapon swapping. But it's 3-second duration, so it's gonna run out in no time anyway. If it had more duration, it would be good. It was like 10 seconds or something. And yeah, as a 1-bar set it would be good, but as a 1-bar set I would rather run Swift. If I want to get flat mitigation, but you get more value out of rallying because of how the meta is. Visited by Darkside, young Decimus, the man who followed Gon here is consumed by Darth Alikirimus. Yep. Pretty much. Pretty much. Nah, it's okay. We'll figure out the builds, and everything's back to normal after that. It's like the 75% win rate sounds. We just gotta keep trying and find the right sub. Speaking of, I had another idea. So this one, can I do it on DK or Necro? Not really. Can do it on Nightblade. But what could also be interesting, if you did the Eric Spear and... Oh, I can do it on Necro actually, if I do live in that. So I could try that on my Kashyyyk Necro. Neutron Crescent. Because this is harder than Super Stack. Or Incap, I mean. If I'm not mistaken. But how to survive on this is the question. You probably don't. Missing armor buff, you have less sustain overall. You have 10% mitigation, but that just makes up for the armor buff missing. You have hexproof here. There's no more Southern rocks, but you can have the javelin. And not sure what else here. Conti. Do Conti. You could also do a funny set called Varen's Legacy. That's the special source I was thinking of. This one should apply to Crescent Sweep. And then you get riposte on it as well. So you get the do the Conti, block, proc riposte, and Crescent instead of the bow. And then you javelin, maybe javelin bow as a follow-up. You're from Fighter Skill Shadow line, Vamp, Ice Meteor, also boost Meteor damage with Fighter Skill line, Varans maybe. I don't think Varans works on Meteor, it's considered single target. The Crowned AoE is a... you cast it on single target, maybe not sure actually. I think it's considered single target, last I tested. Because it's not like a Colo where you aim it. It just has an AoE impact. But I haven't tried that. Coil, you could run coil if you have space for it. This needs to be heal. Hexproof, Spirit Guardian. Needs to be divines, everything divines, always divines. Wait, what are we missing here? Check the previous build. We have spam ball, CC, Conti. No armor buff, we have the Spirit Guardian instead. Use that as cleanse. Oh, weapons balance buff. We can't have that. Not without shotting jabs, which is not gonna happen. Why does Herald of Tom have so many nice passives? Because it has really bad abilities. Meteor blockable though, right? Not with Vital Skill Fear or any unblockable CC. You can Meteor Javelin, for example. People dodge roll, they get by a Meteor. People block, they get hit by Javelin. Fun fact, you still want to dodge roll if you fight ranged players and they Meteor you. It's better to dodge roll and get hit by the Meteor than block and get hit by both the Javelin and the Meteor. And either way, you're still gonna hit by Kiana. Toppling for more mitigation, probably not as good as Javelin for bow proc setup. Yeah, no, you want an unblockable CC. Also, what's about Bielke? Hello. Toppling gets blocked, yeah. Stipple. Okay, there was another idea that might be a little bit how should I put this, cringe. But for survivability, what you could also do, instead of any of this, oh, let's tank things and hold block and do all of that. What if you... This is regenerated in a duel, but his cheats killed you before he died. Ooh. Unlucky. Gets you banned. True, actually. Oh, yeah, what was I saying? Cringe build? Yes, what you could do instead of doing any of that shit, any of this living that nonsense, what if you can't have, wait, could I reset this? There we go. I need to move this here though, because the editor is dumb. There we go, shadow. Maybe backbar shadow. I don't think you even run the... Yeah, what you can do... Okay, this is interesting. So you just don't run the restaurant light at all. And just cloak around. Yeah, with like just guide, you probably run Race Against Time here. And this would be Minor Vuln and Knockback. So you could clock around until you have Koro. You still have Earthenhard. Ah, yes, okay, this might be another experiment. You probably run Ignos. Oh, we can have Shattering still. What am I... No Knockback then. Knockback could also work though. And then you can go stage 3 vamp. Or stage 2 vamp. It doesn't matter. Probably stage 2 better. Stage 2 and you get the extra weapon spell elements. The corrosion build's gonna work. Passives are shit. What do you mean? Sort of stem sustain. Minor brutality is huge. Especially with the vamp passive. Balrog's good. They're not good for damage, like some of them. I think the passives are alright. 10 seconds to kill someone? Yeah, you need 1 second to kill someone with the proper build. Vamp 3 right now? Probably not. Vamp 3 doesn't matter if you get one shot. Gonna cloak around for 2 minutes farming ult? Yes. It's precisely what I wanna do. The only problem is the max sustain. Cloak is kinda expensive. What happens when deathbot? You run. You just run, race against time and run. That work if your class cannon can get ult or recover magic while in cloak. Yeah, the max sustain is the problem. It probably works against some builds. If you fight blast spawns and dots, you will die. There's no way around that. So this could be like something you switch to with armory. If you fight a melee burst build, or any burst build. If you fight someone with range dots and stuff, then maybe not. Because I think you can kite, and you can survive ranged burst quite well. So even if you come visible and do ice heavy, you're probably gonna be fine. So you have all of the tankiness basically, you just lack the healing and the stam sustain. Yeah, I don't know. Just food for thought. It's another option. Get some regens there. Major solve. A little bit of max health. Will be Phantasma escape too. But where's the Adric Spear idea? I think it was this one. I'd probably do it with Sea Snail and the Saxleel. You'd have to relive in that. Maybe Dark Magic you can sustain. Warden Charm, Animal Companion. Yeah, there's an idea I want to... I have a build editor build for that with Rush of Agony and the class script Lotus Fan. Something I want to try, but... not sure at what point. I need to prioritize things. Wait, this would be surprise tag. Rush of Agony is still good after nerf? Yeah, I think so. I run it on my Stamplar. Stuff said. Could probably work for like 1v1s too. It does get reduced by major evasion, but it is a delayed burst, which is always good. And you get a guaranteed CC with your combo. And Rush of Agony lines up with that. So as long as you can have enough crit damage, you could use that as a very good proxy. Okay, so this would be Hexproof, Split Guardian, Coil. Coil, Conti. We're missing the... wait, can't do that with this one. What am I doing here? Could do Dark Magic and Adric though. Then try the Crescent with Varens perhaps. To do Vamp on this. In BFP. Still have the Conti into Fragproc. Or Conti into Crescent, 2 options. Get some tankiness here, no major resolve here though. And you need to run Baylock. Probably no scavenging. So Saxleel has to be front. What the Sun and Sun get reduced by Mage Evasion? I think they do because they're AoE. But I'm not 100% sure about that. Might be like Meteor. It doesn't necessarily get reduced. Need to test that. I think they used to though. There's a lot of things that don't work as they should as well. So if you think there's some like rule to abide by, there isn't. Gotta test everything individually. Wrecking Blow? Nah, I don't like Wrecking Blow or this swing. I think everyone who's ever tried them can agree with that. A lot of people who would like it to be good, but it's just not really doing super well usually. One being that's the Telegraphed. It's a bit too heavy. It's probably how it has to be. Something like this then. Let's do 20 health. Oh wait, this was... Yeah, this doesn't work with Cisnel. It needs to be a monument. Kind of forgot about that. I was thinking Cisnel because you already get the Minor Berserk. It's a little bit of lost value on monument when you do Adric. But I still think you need to do that. Especially without the armor buff. Never mind. Don't feel too tempted to try that. Also it's 3 AM. I need to call it a day, I think. It's late. I'll farm some transmutes off stream so I can try the build tomorrow, hopefully. Oh, wait, tomorrow's Friday, maybe on Saturday. I'll just farm transmutes over the next few days and maybe I have to do some off-stream testing if I get the transmutes. And just try to find a good build. While I take my usual day off. But anyway, thank you everyone for hanging out. Better than yesterday, we're on the right track. Build is getting slowly but surely getting there. Making progress. Kamal was gonna end stream. I could rate him to troll him, but let's not do that. There's Okui, Penny the Axe. Shrimp is streaming as well. What's Shrimp up to? Setting up an Arcanist. Yeah, I'll send you guys to Shrimp. Almost a shout out. Thank you for doing the sauces for Grail. So until next time, thanks for hanging out, and have a good one. Bye.